Commander Legends Baldur's Gate, guys. It's over 300 cards. It's a lot of cards. These set reviews are freaking huge. There are 2 questions. I'm mostly just reading them for the first time. I'm not great at Commander evaluations. I'm working at it. Some of these are going to be in Alchemy, though. So the 2 questions I have, 1, is it good in Commander? And 2, is it coming to Alchemy? So I guess, like, I want to know from you Commander players, what's a good Commander for these cards? And then also if they'll make it to Alchemy. So, no crafting guide. Actually, doing a crafting guide for this would be hilarious, right? 1. It's like perfectly binary, 1 and 0, right? 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. That's about it. Crafting guide for Commander. Let's go. Yays and nays. All right. First card. Every journey begins with a single step. Abdel Adrian. Oh, by the way, I'm going to need help pronouncing these. So if you guys know this stuff. Abdel Adrian. Abdel Adrian. Gorian's Ward. 4 and a white for a 4/4 legendary creature, human warrior, uncommon. When this enters the battlefield, exile any number of other non-land permanents you control until Adrian leaves the battlefield. Create a 1/1 white soldier creature token for each permanent exiled this way, and choose a background. So a background is like an enchantment that can be a second commander. Pretty bizarre. Still figuring out all the things about that. The first thing I noticed about this card, it's listed as number 2. Where's number 1? So number 1 must be a colorless card. They're not actually in set order here on the official site. It's interesting. You are? That's right. I'm the one. Good answer. It's the same cost as a Yorion, as an effect similar to a Yorion. So the one thing that we have to do that's going to be awkward is as we read these cards, maybe sometimes we're going to come across a background and be like, oh, that's the background for that commander, right? So maybe a background that really rewards blinking in a soul herder type way, or just generating a whole bunch of permanents is very interesting. But obviously you blink this, you get all your stuff back, you gain value, and you make all those 1/1s. You blink this over and over. Like, if you blink this card in a Thassa, like, you're just making a ton of 1/1s and possibly gaining a ton of value. It's really exciting. So if you like blinking, and I tend to, this card is interesting already. Egarvulo, thank you for the tier 1. I am confident background will make it to Alchemy. This just seems like the kind of stuff they want in Arena. Easier than other things. Kind of like lessons, you know? So I have a feeling this, like, the backgrounds will make it to Alchemy. I think they will. All right, next card. Ancient Gold Dragon. 5 white, Elder Dragon Mythic, flying, 7/10. Whenever Ancient Gold Dragon deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. You create a number of 1/1 blue Fairy Dragon creature tokens equal to the result. What? What are you talking about? I hit the opponent for 7 and I might make 20 1/1s? Woohoo! 20? Such a huge butt. A 10 butt. Ancient Gold butt. Oh my gosh. It's a fun card. Like, these are the kind of cards you want to figure out a way to blitz them or sneak attack them, right? You need to do something kind of cheaty with this. Very fun blitz or sneak attack card, if you can find a way to do it. Satoru, yeah, the ninjutsu commander, yep. Although, of course, with that as your commander, it doesn't work because it's white. Cool card. Does it go into Alchemy? I think so. I don't think there's a lot of risk to having a 7 mana, no haste no board impact the turn you play it card in Alchemy, and it's a mythic, so of course they want to farm us for the mythics. So I think this is almost a lock in Alchemy. I'm not sure exactly what deck I'm putting it in Commander yet. Like, I don't have a single deck that I would just throw this into, but it's a cool card and it's terrifying. Lightning Greaves, let's go. All right, Archivist of Ogma. Help, chat. Oghema? Archivist of Ogma. Oghema. Anyway, 1 and a white for a 2/2 Halfling Cleric rare. Flash. Whenever an opponent searches their library, you gain 1 life and draw a card. Whenever an opponent searches their library, you gain 1 life and you draw a card. Meh? I guess it depends on your table, right? So if you're at table Precon, nobody's searching their library ever. If you're at table like Optimized or CEDH, every turn's a fetch land. I mean, I have definitely been at tables. Where each player searched their library on each of the first 3 turns of the game. So if you got your Archivist down in the middle of that and drew like 4 cards off this, it's amazing, right? Yeah, fetch lands are the things that I think put it over the top. Just tutors are hard to anticipate, although they are pretty popular, but fetch lands are for real. If you're playing against other people running about pre-construct power level, you're not going to see it. But how about like birthing pod type decks, you know? Like there are commanders that search a lot. I have a Sidisi mono black deck that just searches all the time. So this card is sweet. I think it'll definitely go in Alchemy because I don't think it'll be nearly as good in Alchemy or Historic Brawl, and they want to farm you for that rare wild card. You know, they want to get that. They want to get you to cough up the wild card for this because you see it in Commander, you think it's good, and then you get it on Arena because you're trying to fill out your Commander deck on Arena, even if it's not going to be that great. But yeah, I'm definitely going to play this. Depending on what kind of Commander you play often, I feel like this could definitely be... It's not Esper Sentinel level of popularity, but there are tables where this could be as good as Esper Sentinel. Ascend from Avernus. This is an X white sorcery rare. Return all creature and planeswalker cards with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Exile this card. All creature and planeswalker cards with mana value X or less. So you hit this for 4 or 5. It doesn't matter how many there are. You get all of them? That's fun. I mean, that's a heavy hitter. So what white deck fills the graveyard? Like aristocrats? Like an aristocrat deck with this card would be amazing, right? Yeah, like a Teysa deck with this card, just bring back the Blood Artist and the Vindictive Vampire and frickin' everything. So a little spoiler alert for an upcoming episode of Worst Possible Commander Show. Like, Blake played an Aristocrats deck, and his Worst Possible that he introduced at the start of the game is Rise from the Dark Realms, which is 9 mana, get back everything from all graveyards. But he really doesn't need stuff from other graveyards. Like this for like 4 in an Aristocrat deck just gets a ton of stuff and probably all that you need. So I think Teysa decks would like it. Can you think of any other decks that this definitely fits? Like, do you run this in like your Angel Tribal deck for when the opponent blows up your Angels? You probably should. You should at least consider it. You run this in your Rafine Reanimator deck, and it's pretty mana intensive, probably not. But can this card be on Arena? Absolutely. This deck can definitely make it onto MTG Arena. So this card will probably make the cut for Alchemy. Astral Confrontation. 4 and a white instant common. This spell costs 1 less for each opponent you're attacking. Exile target creature. Each opponent you're attacking? Nope. Bane's Invoker. 1 and a white. 2/2 Windwalk. 8 mana. Do something. Don't care. For all of these 8 mana do a thing cards, I know it's a cycle. I saw some of these before. If you have infinite mana, yes, they're good. There's pretty much a million cards that are good with infinite mana. This may get played somewhere because it fits a specific role when you have an infinite mana combo, but that's not what makes the card interesting. Banishment. 3 and a white enchantment with flash. Uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls and all other non-land permanents your opponents control with the same name as that permanent until this leaves the battlefield. Obviously it's commander. People are just gonna have one of each card, but this hits all the Scoot Swarms and all the tokens, basically. Still, 4 mana is a lot. I think this is mostly there for the limited format. Maybe it'll get played in like an enchantment-based deck. Treasure. The problem, Delaney, like, I like the treasure call out. The problem with that, though, is they just sacrifice the treasure in response, and you don't get all their treasures. You just got a treasure. So they can pretty much counter that. People still try to do that all the time, though. They forget that that works. So, look, man, this is not a limited review. I don't know how to review any of these cards for limited. I don't even know how to play Commander limited. I'm gonna learn. Basically, I'm learning by fire on this one because I'm doing it at events, and some of them have VIP pods that I'm in where people are like paying a lot of money to play with against me and try to beat me. So, limited Commander, let's go. Whatever the hell that's gonna mean. Yeah, limited Commander is a thing. I think it's like you build a 60 card deck. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's terrifying to me. The Battle Angels of Tyre. The Battle Angles of Tyre. I'm not correcting me. 2 white, 4/4 Angel Knight flying Myriad. Myriad? Whenever this card deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. If that player has more cards in hand than each other player, then create a treasure. If that player controls more lands than each player, then you gain 3 life. If that player has more life than each other player. More angel stuff. Yippee-ki-yay. Do you think the set will be as impactful for Commander as Commander Legends 1? I don't know. I am reading the cards for most of these cards for the first time. I am 9 cards into my set review. It's a really tough call for me, Confucius. Maybe you already know all the cards. I don't. You're asking a lot. All right. Anyway. I hate Myriad. I hate the idea of it. The cards are powerful, but so much of playing Commander is, at least in my experience, not making enemies. And Myriad, what it does is when you attack an opponent with this card, it creates another copy and another copy for each player at the table, other than you, and a copy attacks each player. So it's kind of sending this brutal, like, I'm killing all of you message. Feels like it's gonna make people really unhappy. You know what I mean? Feels like you're gonna make yourself a target if you're playing like Myriad Tribal. And maybe that's okay for some people. Like, this is obviously a pretty solid angel that can get a ton of value. So your angel tribal deck probably just needs more powerful cards, quite honestly. It's a very popular tribe that's not going anywhere. So this probably goes in your angel tribal type decks. Like, these kind of cards I don't really enjoy, and they definitely won't make it to Alchemy. Beckoning Will-O-Wisp. 2 and a white, 1/3 flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose an opponent. Creatures attacking the last chosen player get +1/+0. What's the benefit of choosing an opponent? Why not just attacking creatures you control get +1/+0? It's kind of a weird You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird mechanic. Don't really see the point. Like, it basically forces you to target someone. I don't like that very much. It works for all players. Okay. Oh, creatures attacking the not creatures you control. It works for all players. I mean, it sounds like a two-headed giant thing for sure. Like, if you have a clear alliance with somebody with a ton of creatures, they enjoy this. Still, I'm not very excited about it. It is a spirit, so it's in a tribe. Blessed Hippogriff, 3 and a white, 2/3. Common, Adventure is back. White, instant. Target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. And then on the backside, you get for 4 mana, 2/3 flyer. When it attacks target attacking creature without flying, gains flying. Limited. Adventure is good, but we're going to see if they, like, printed the busted adventure cards like they have in the past or not. Contraband, Livestock, 1 and a white, instant. Exile target creature. Okay, then roll a d20. 1 through 9, its controller gets a 4/4 green ox. 10 through 19, it gets a 2/2 boar. And 20, an 0/1 white goat. I like cards like this. 2 mana, I mean, if it were 1 mana, it would be automatic, right? At 2 mana, it's definitely a playable commander removal spell. I guess it depends how much you like rolling dice. This is a pretty fun card, though. You love those Pongapies, you know? You love the Beast Withins. You love, I kill your thing, but hey, look, you get a thing for it, so don't be too mad at me. It works. 4 white, creature dragon, Crystal Dragon. This has the adventure of Rob the Horde, a 1 and a white sorcery to return target artifact, enchantment, or legendary card from your graveyard to your hand, and then on the other side for 6 mana of Flying Vigilance. I mean, it's a good value play, but Commander, like, Adventure never really made it in Commander because Commander doesn't usually lack for value. They need super powerful things on rate, you know? I think the only adventure card I've played in Commander is Brazen Borrower. Cut a Deal. 2 and a white sorcery, uncommon. Each opponent draws a card. Then you draw a card for each opponent who drew a card this way. So, typical table. All 3 of you draw 1, I draw 3. It's like Secret Rendezvous, but not targeted. It's spread out. I mean, it's white. It's white card draw, guys. Still, I found that I always thought I'd run like Painful Truths and Treacherous Blessing, and you know, I'd run like 3 mana draw 3s in Commander, and they always get cut from my deck. Like, it's kind of hard to run 3 mana draw 3s in Commander, but it's okay. It's okay. 3 mana, you do nothing. I mean, 3 mana draw 3, it's not nothing, it's just no board. But sometimes that's okay. Also, if you have a Smothering Tithe out, which who doesn't, you get 3 treasures. So, Pog, does that convince you? Yeah, I might play this card here and there. All right. Dawnbringer Cleric, 1 and a white. Wait, we know this card. This card was in the last Forgotten Realms. It's a pretty good card. All right. Ellen Hairbreeze. Nope. Ellen Harbreeze? Busybody. Somebody literally has the Busybody title. 3 and a white for a 2/4 legendary human peasant. Uncommon. Tap. Look at top X of your library, where X is the number of tokens you created this turn. Put 1 of those cards into your hand, and the rest on the bottom in a random order and a background. Wait, that sounds like such a blue mechanic, right? We've got a white commander who taps to, like, look at top X, pick 1, put it into your hand. It just demands that you also make tokens. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, not a great card, pretty slow, but you could build a deck around that. That could be interesting. Far Traveler, 2 and a white, legendary enchantment. This is a background. Here we go. Commander creatures you own have, at the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 target tapped creature you control. Then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Tapped creature. That's kind of a... That's kind of a difficult... That's a difficult thing to meet on some commanders, right? Unless, like, you would need a commander that would actually want to be blinked, but also tapped for an effect, which is kind of tough because when they blink, they get summoning sick. That seems like a pretty weird background. It seems like it's actually a pretty big drawback. The fact that it has to be a tapped creature. I mean, vehicles are nice and all. Vehicles get the job done, but do you really want to jump through those hoops? It's just like you're trying to have so many things, you know, going on. But anyway, that's our first background, and they're basically your second commander. They hang out in the command zone, and then you play your commander who lets you then grab your background, and then you put it in your hand? Or do you just like activate your background and now you can cast it from command zone? I'm guessing you can. I'm guessing you play the commander and it allows you to cast the background from the command zone. That is my guess. They only work with the choose a background commanders, right? I think so. Our background's no downside. I think they require you to play a specific commander. Like, you have to play a commander that has a background, right? Yeah, I guess we'll see how it plays. I guess so, guys, I'm not a partner gamer. And by that, I don't mean I don't enjoy Helena and Elena the card. I mean partners in the commander sense, like how you can have two partner commanders. I don't do that. I really, like, for some reason that kind of violates the prime directive of commander for me. I like finding a card to run my show and build around, and the idea of having two of them and trying to take that extra step of like combining them literally is a turnoff to me. So I'm probably going to have the same issue with background. I'm probably not going to be the type to try to like play background commanders. I'm looking for bread and butter commanders, guys. I want my one legend, my one absolute Giga Chad commander to run the show. Hey Garvulo, thank you very much for another gifted tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. So that's just where I'm coming from. If you enjoy it, that's cool, but that's where I'm coming from. So when I look at things like background, I'm probably not going to get super excited, and I'm not really going to rack my brain like, oh my god, the combinations, the commander I could pair with this background. Like, I'm just not that guy. You know, it doesn't stir me up. Flaming Fist is a background, 2 and a white. Commander creatures you own have, whenever this creature attacks, it gains double strike until end of turn. Ooh! Double striking commander damage is kind of hype. Flaming Fist Officer, 2 and a white for a 2/2 gnome soldier. Whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, put a counter on Flaming Fist. Good with the blinkers, but probably just a little limited card. Just a little limited card here. No biggie deal. Let's see, can I even this up some? I'll let chat take over more. Look, chat, you're taking over more of the screen. Yes, like this. It's probably so small people can't see it, but you know you were there. All right. Give the Zari Monk 4 and a white for a 3/2 flash flying with psychic defense. When Githzari Monk enters the battlefield, tap all creatures you don't control. I mean, good for an alpha strike, that's for sure, but probably a limited card. Goliath Paladin 4 and a white for a 3/6. The butt on that giant knight. When it enters the battlefield, you take the initiative. All right, our first introduction to initiative. Initiative is like its own dungeon. And when you gain the initiative, you like advance, route, like, yeah, you basically start a different dungeon. Now when you venture, you're in that dungeon, and whenever you do something with initiative, like, I believe it's like at the beginning of every turn you move through that dungeon. It's a pretty powerful dungeon. I should probably pull it up. I mean, How does one find the initiative? MTG. Oh, thanks. Yeah, let's just put all those images up here. That's fun. Whenever one or more creatures a player control deal combat damage to you, that player gains the initiative. So it's got a little monarch in it, you know. Whenever you take the initiative at the beginning of your upkeep, venture into Undercity. And then there's Undercity, which is like a special initiatives only dungeon, which is actually if I remember correctly, is actually a pretty broken dungeon. Like, I remember reading this and being like, holy crap, that's a dungeon. So you can't enter the dungeon unless you venture into Undercity, so you can't choose it as a regular dungeon. You have to get into Undercity with the initiative. Are you all still with me? And then it says search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And then you can choose to scry 2 or put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature. Then you can have target player lose 5 freaking life, or you can go to creature or make a treasure token. Then you can draw a card or create a 4/1 black skeleton creature token with menace. And then down at the bottom, the Throne of the Dead 3, reveal the top 10 cards of your library. Put a creature from among them onto the battlefield with 3 counters on it. It gains hexproof until your next turn, then you shuffle. Y'all still with me? You get to do busted venturing dungeony stuff. So, I mean, if you're hype, you're hype. If you're not, you're like, what was all that? Don't worry about it. Just, the opponent's going to be over there just moving around in their Undercity. Just kill them. It's supposed to be somewhat OP just to convince the other players to keep taking initiative from each other, so you barely move through the dungeon. I mean, each time you take the initiative, you move through the dungeon, though, right? Like, it moves each time you take it. There's so many mechanics in this set, I hate it. My philosophy for mechanics, especially tons of mechanics in a giant commander set, ignore them. Just try to kill everybody and do your own thing, and just, I don't even read the cards half the time that they play on the other side of the table, you know? I'm just like, okay, let me know if you're actually gonna win. All right. The Great Sword of Tyre is 1 and a white for an equipment. Whenever equipped creature attacks, put a counter on it. Tap up to 1 target creature defending player controls, equipped for white. Ask Pirate the equipment? It's pretty strong. Not terrible. It's probably, like, in Commander, it has to be pretty broken to get played as equipment anyway, but... there's some people who are going to enjoy that card. Not really for me. We know how, you guys know how I feel about Ass Piratery. Guardian Naga, 5 and a white for a 5/6. This is an adventure card. Banishing Coils, 2 and a white, instant, exile target artifact or enchantment. Okay. And then the other side for 7, you get a Vigilant. As long as it's your turn, prevent all damage that would be dealt to it. Again, these adventure cards are... it's a lot. They're asking for a lot. These are not Bone Crusher Giants. Guiding Bolt is 2 and a white to destroy target creature with power 4 or greater and scry 2. Yeehaw. Hammers of Moradin is 2 and a white for a 3/3 myriad. Whenever this attacks, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target creature that player controls. Very, very smorky. Like, you do stuff like this, and I swear people are going to be like, all right, you now have the highest life total, and you've attacked all of us. You must die. The Horde of Valhalla. 1 and a white. Artifact equipment. It's got an adventure mode, and it's a rare. Y'all's cards call. X, white sorcery, create X 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Then, the actual equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control, equip 3. It's an army and an equipment in one card. I mean, maybe there's somebody who really wants to make X 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Maybe my wife's Ginny Fae deck would do this, but it seems pretty casual. Icewind Stalwart is 3 and a white for a 3/3 tiefling warrior with protection fighting style. That's an ability. When Icewind Stalwart enters the battlefield, exile up to one other non-warrior creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Nope. Yeah, I was just stopping to think, is there like an endless combo with this, and maybe with all the right pieces, but this is nothing too new or fresh, right? All right, Inspiring Leader. I'd like to think this is my background. 2 and a white for a legendary enchantment background. Commander creatures you own have creature tokens you control get +2/+2. Ooh. So the token backgrounds will enjoy that a lot. Token Mega Anthem, very strong. Lae'zel, Valakith's Champion, 2 and a white for a 3/3 Gith Warrior rare. If you would put one or more counters on a creature or planeswalker you control or on yourself, put that many +1 of each of those kinds of counters on that permanent or player instead and choose a background. So you have a hardened scales type effect on a legendary creature. There are some people who are going to love brewing with that. Not only that, it works with planeswalkers. So, like, just plussing your loyalty, you get an extra loyalty on all your planeswalkers from this card. Yeah, the people are probably going to enjoy brewing this. This card might be one of the more popular new commanders to come out of this. There's probably also a background that's really strong with it. We can find one for, like, +1/+1 counters, right? It can be very exciting. Yeah, does anybody have any plans or ideas for a Lae'zel Valakith's Champion commander deck? Extra loyalty counters on planeswalkers add up fast. It's kind of terrifying. So if you add like a green background, maybe you play planeswalkers with ultimates, and you also run Doubling Season and Hardened Scales, and you just go off, right? Yeah, maybe this in a Super Friends list. Somebody's going to try that. This and just, you know, Walking Ballista type stuff. People are going to try that. Heliod Ballista deck with this card. Seems pretty fun to me. I believe you can change the color identity of your deck by having, for example, a white planeswalker with a green background. Lae'zel's Acrobatics. Oh, you got skills. 3 and a white for an instant rare. Exile all non-token creatures you control, then roll a d20, 1 through 9. Return them to the battlefield under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. 10 through 20. Return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control, then exile them again. Return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Blinks on blinks? Dude, that's a big reward for ETBs. You do have to be careful not to miss your own combat step, since they exile again and then take another turn off. Yeah, if you like blinks, these acrobatics have blinks on blinks. Yeah, add Yorion. Just add Yorion. Dude, you want to exhaust yourself? Just build a deck actually designed to blink Yorion through everybody's end step in a 4-player game of Commander. You might just end up conceding from exhaustion. It could happen. Legion Loyalty is an enchantment for 8 frickin' mana, 6 white. Creatures you control have Myriad. Mythic. Alright guys, what are some awesome commander creatures to have Myriad? That means that when you attack one player, you create a token that attacks each of the other players. Each player gets their own attacking token. How about Craterhoof Behemoth? Same mana cost. That's not bad. JoeFish91, thank you for the sub. The best of one. Thank you. I mean, Commander's a best of one format. We got to work here. So I'm pretty sure that the tokens are still legendary. Yep, the tokens are still legendary. Amazonian, thank you. You sent 313 people who, if my eyes did not deceive me earlier, I was hanging out in your stream for breakfast. You were doing exactly what I'm kind of doing now. So 313 people, if you maybe joined her stream near the end, I'm just getting started. So we're going through a whole bunch of cards from Commander Legends. Battle for Baldur's Gate. Most of these I have not read before, so the title is pretty much straightforward. I'm going to read these cards and a little 12-year-old reactees to them. So thank you, Amazonian. Appreciate you. Angel of Destiny, everybody loses the game. Sure. We're discussing what creatures are really good with Myriad if we were to get Legion loyalty onto the battlefield. I was just saying name your pie in the sky Myriad cards. And it does appear that if it's legendary, you still only get to keep one. So if you attack with an Itali and you have Legion loyalty on the battlefield, does it make two other tokens, but they both go away, but you still get the attack triggers from all of them? Ooh, Ishin and Myriad is probably really strong, actually, because it triggers on attacks. That's kind of exciting. You don't get the attack triggers because it created them already attacking, huh? That's sad. That is sad. You do get ETBs and death. Okay. Titan of Industry. Raw. That'll show him. Way to make yourself the target. Just get out a mirror box and give everybody a Master of Cruelties. Easy. GG's. Everybody shake my hand. Shake my hand. All right. Lulu, the Loyal Holivant, is 3 and a white for a 3/2 flying elephant angel. Oh my god, an elephant angel. Creation has gone too far. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each tapped creature you control, then untap them, choose a background. Who's not going to try an Elephant Angel Commander deck at some point? Definitely not quite my style. Amazonian, you've been gifted a sub by Agar Vulo, who has gifted 57 subs on the channel. Thank you very much. I mean, Amy didn't need me to be cool, but now she is also cool. Tegar, thank you very much for the prime. Yeah, these cards are too cute. Not for me, but I know I'm gonna see plenty of this card. Martial Impetus is 2 and a white for an enchantment aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and is goated. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, each other creature that's attacking one of your opponents gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay. Okay, and it's fine. Minimus Containment, turn commanders into treasures. Let's go. Noble Heritage, 1 and a white legendary enchantment background. Okay, we got a cheap background that's a rare. Commander creatures you own have, when this creature enters the battlefield, and at the beginning of your upkeep, each player may put 2 +1/+1 counters on a creature they control. For each opponent who does, you gain protection from that player until your next turn. Man, those offers, they work every time. What's the creature that does this? Forget the name of it, but every time, people are just so happy, you know, to take the deal. But then you just end up with protection from all the players, and then somebody's like, I cast Blasphemous Act, and you're like, I have protection. Oh, you gain protection, your creatures don't. Okay. There's probably plenty of things it messes with, though. We've got Zebex in the chat. Hey, Zebex, how you doing? I'm going to see you in Dallas, right? I think I saw that. Welcome to the show. I don't know if we've talked since Vegas, but always a good time to hang out. All right. Pegasus Guardian is 5 and a white for a rescue the foil adventure. That's 1 and a white. Man, reading adventure cards again, I'm just like, how do you do it? 1 and a white instant adventure. Exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield. Blink. Okay. And then for 6 mana, you get a 3/3 flyer with at the beginning of your end step, if a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, create a 1/1 white Pegasus creature token with flying. So I get that they have to have a lot of these kind of theme cards to fill out the limited format, so they really have to push these things over and over. It does mean that I think we're going to see a lot of like commons and uncommons that never make the cut in like the fully built decks, because the bar has to be a lot higher, and now you can just build a deck with a million things that trigger off blinking, right? Like a million. So you have to start drawing the line and be like, no more. What I like about this card is it is both an enabler, it blinks a thing, and a payoff. It gives you something that rewards you, but I think it's too expensive. Welcome, Miss Ray, to the chat. Many fellow streamers hanging out today. It's nice to see all of you. Rasad YN. Help. So I need pronunciation from the D&D nerds. I need pronunciation help for those of you just joining the stream. Rasad Basher. Just yin. Straight up yin. Too easy. Just put the I there. What's wrong? 2 and a white for an 0/3 legendary human monk. Each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Arcadie's in the house. Whenever this attacks, if you have the initiative, double the toughness of each creature you control. Rasad gives you that booty workout. Oh my goodness. And you get to choose a background. I mean, if you are a big booty fan, have we got a card for you? Holy cow. Recruitment drive, 2 and a white. Roll a d20. Let's go. Sorcery. 1 through 9, you get 2 soldiers. 10 through 19, you get 2 2/2 white knights. You strike that 20, baby, you get 3 2/2 white knights. Draft. Rescuer Chewinga, 1 and a white for a 2/2 elemental spirit, uncommon flash. When it enters the battlefield, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. I feel like we've seen this card before too. Wasn't it like a lion? This was like some kind of a lion in the past. I haven't seen it in a long time. It is a cool art. It's very Kamigawa. Roving Harper is 2 and a white for a 2/2 elf scout. When Roving Harper enters the battlefield, draw a card. I mean, it's no spirited companion, but we do need stuff to blink. Scouting Hawk, 2 and a white for a 1/1 flying bird that has keen sight. When the Scouting Hawk enters the battlefield, if an opponent controls more lands than you, get that plains, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, and shuffle. I feel like the right line for this is, like, if these are 2 mana cards, they're very good. When they're 3 mana cards, I find I miss with them way too much. So I don't get very excited about 3 mana. Like, if somebody has more lands than you get a land effect. Doesn't do much for me. Sculpted Sunburst, 3 and a white, rare sorcery. Choose a creature you control. Then each opponent chooses a creature they control with equal or lesser power. If you chose a creature this way, exile each creature not chosen by any player this way. Brain is hurting. Exile each creature not chosen by any player this way. Everybody gets 1 creature, and yours is going to be the biggest. And everything else, every other creature gets exiled. Awesome for Voltron. Yeah? You think Light Paws is like, let's go? Here, I guess the thing is, like, everything's lower though, right? Equal or lesser power. So like, if you choose a 1/1 or a 2/2, you might actually hit everything. Isn't it better if you have a small creature? Am I reading this card wrong? Isn't it at its best when you like have the smallest creature on the board? Isn't it best when you pick like your 05 Nyx Fleece Ram? It also, what if you don't choose a creature? That's not optional. Oh wait, hold on. So you cast this, choose a creature you control, you can't. Each opponent chooses a creature they control with lesser power. I mean, can you cast this without a creature? If you don't choose anything, then how could they choose anything? I don't think it works if you don't have a creature. I think it would just do nothing. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Does nothing. Weird card. But it does seem to me like if you have a creature with little to no power, but it's still a good card that can have like a big effect on the game, and this is a very good card. Can anybody think of a card that like that applies to? Like maybe a Saram? Like something just really small, but it has a big effect on the game? Could be interesting. Like if your commander is like a little critter, this could be very good. Yeah, a toughness matters deck, sure. Like an Arcades deck. Let's go. Look at this card! It's Slaughter the Strong. Brand new card. Never seen before. I had the pleasure of showing this new card to the world as my preview card. Hashtag ad. Hashtag sponsored. The most fresh, the freshest of content. Steadfast Unicorn. 1 white for a 1/2 unicorn. 3 and a white. Creatures get +1/+1 and gain vigilance. Let's go. We can't have creatures you control gain vigilance on other people's turns. Infinite mana, you win. You just win. All right. Stone Skin. 2 and a white. Enchantment Aura Flash. Enchant creature. Enchant creature gets +0/+10. +0/+10. This set is only coming to MTG Arena as Alchemy though, right? Yep, Alchemy Horizons, Baldur's Gate. At first I was talking about the cards like, I bet this will be in Alchemy Horizons, and then I just got tired of doing that. Read the flavor text. Oh, nice shot. I almost felt that one. I think I'll get that tattooed on my back. +0/+10. Flash. Oh man. Could also be nicknamed booty implants. Tabaxi Toucaners. Tabaxi Toucaners. 4 and a white for a 3/2 flying myriad. Cat Ranger. Okay. Under Cellar Sweep is 4 and a white for an enchantment, enters a battlefield. Initiative. Whenever you attack, if you or a player you're attacking has the initiative, create 2 1/1 soldier tokens that are tapped and attacking. I mean, yeah. It's kind of like got some hero blade hold going on. It's kind of has haste if you have anything to attack with. Card might not be that bad. It is really expensive though. Veteran Soldier is 1 and a white for a legendary enchantment background. Commander creatures you own have whenever this creature attacks a player, if no opponent has more life than that player, for each opponent, create a 1/1 white soldier token that's tapped and attacking. Everybody gets add-aligned, as long as, you know, life is not greater. I definitely don't enjoy trying to keep track of that. You know, for some reason, the card, what is it? Is it Brea? Like, there's a commander that does this. The commanders who have abilities that whenever you attack a player, if they have the most life, or if they don't have the most life, like, those cards also just make my head spin, and I just, like, zone out. I'm just like, let me know. Somebody just do the math for me and tell me who I'm supposed to attack to make this card work. White, once you get Myriad in there, my head is going to really explode. White Plume Adventurer is 2 and a white for a rare 3/3 Orc Cleric. Orcs need healing too. When White Plume Adventurer enters the battlefield, you take initiative. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, untap a creature you control. If you've completed a dungeon, untap all creatures you control instead. Alright. So, a venture... kind of a bit of a little venture card there. Some people are going to bring the venture back. Windshaper Plaintar. 4 and a white for a 4/4 rare angel. Flash. Flying. When Windshaper Plaintar enters the battlefield during the declare attacker's step, what? For each attacking creature, you may reselect which player or planeswalker that creature is attacking. Enters the battlefield during the declare attacker's step. The declare attacker's step, there's like a... I didn't know there was a spot to respond in there when you've declared who you're attacking. I actually didn't know that there was a spot in there for this. Alright, so you flash this in when your opponent's like, I'm attacking you with these, and you're like, haha, 5 mana, flash. You're still attacking me with your 3/3, because I'm going to block and kill it. But those other 5 creatures you attacked me with, Blake gets those. Alright, so they're talking about the spot between declare attackers and declare blockers. That stuff. Love it. It can't attack its controller or its controller's planeswalkers. Very important text there. You may reselect which player or planeswalker that creature is attacking. Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. That is so cool. Also, if you attack... So, do I understand this right? Say I attack my opponent with like 14 things. It's my turn. I'm attacking. I choose my opponent. I attack them. And they're like... I don't know. They flash in some blocker or something. Or they play... Like... Is it Aether Spouts that like... take all creatures attacking you, put them on top of the library. Can you just like play this and change who they're attacking? As long as it's at the right time? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Probably not what the card is meant to be for, but that's okay. Cool rare. Can't wait to do this to somebody, at least to try it out. I'm sure once you've done it to the table once, they will always be looking at you with a side eye. Worms Crossing Patrol is 1 white for 1/1 with Myriad. Okay, interesting, I guess. It is like 3 enters the battlefield triggers each time it attacks, so like you play this on turn 1, Gallagreater's on turn 2, and you get all the modes. Your temple is under attack. 2 and a white for an instant. You can choose one. You can pray for protection and give your creatures indestructible until end of turn. Or you can strike a deal. You and target opponent each draw 2 cards. The thing about that is you strike the deal and they just keep attacking you. But it's fine. You're confronted by robbers. 3 and a white. Instant. Common. Choose one. You can stall for time and tap up to 3 target creatures, or you can call for aid. Create 3 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. You know what I'm going to do. Gondor calls for aid. And Rohan will answer. We did it, guys. We completed white. Took us about an hour. So at this rate, we're on about a 6-hour stream, probably. So I guess I gotta pick up the pace. Arakokra, sneak. Help. Help, chat. I need a D&D pronunciation nerd. Arakokra. Whatever. 3 in a blue, 1/4 flying bird rogue. When it enters the battlefield, initiative, we. Alora, Merry Thief. Some thieves are just so happy to be here. 2 in a blue for 3/2 halfling rogue that has background choosy thingy. And whenever you attack, up to 1 target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. Return that creature to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. It can't be blocked. A lot of people still Rogue's Passage in their deck. It's not a bad ability. Could be exciting. Ancient Silver Dragon is 6 blue for an 8/8 mythic Elder Dragon. So majestic. Flying. Whenever Ancient Silver Dragon deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. Draw cards equal to the result. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Oh yeah, baby. That's our dragon. We will not rest until the Ancient Silver Dragon has struck someone for 20. Oh my god. I'm going... Dude, life finds a way. I've got to try that one. Absolutely have to try that one. Give it Myriad. Dude, it's like a Mission Impossible task. Get your 8-drop without haste to hit someone in the face. Hey, in Commander, we just run Lightning Greaves, baby. Bane's Contingency. 1 and a blue for an instant uncommon counter target spell. Good start. If that spell targets a commander you control, instead, counter that spell, scry 2, and draw a card. Taste it. I like it. I like it. Blur. 2 and a blue, instant. Exile target creature you control, return to the battlefield under owner's control, draw. Blink. Yay. Candlekeep Inspiration. 4 and a blue sorcery. Until end of turn, creatures you control have base power and toughness XX, where X is the number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard that are instant cards, are sorcery cards, and or have an adventure. It's like what? Crackling Drake Tribal? I don't understand. I don't understand. I guess if you like use a lot of instant sorceries to make a lot of little creatures, you could really hit somebody hard. Candlekeep Sage is 2 and a blue for a background. Commander creatures you own have, when this creature enters or leaves the battlefield, draw a card. Who's a commander who enters and leaves the battlefield all the time, you know? I think of like Historic Brawl, I think of like Emery because of the cost reduction, you're just casting that thing all the time. The Blink one, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's another Blink. It's another Blink background, right? Cone of Cold. 3 and a blue, uncommon, roll d20, 1 through 9, tap all creatures your opponents control, 10 through 19, tap all creatures your opponents control and they don't untap, 20, tap all creatures your opponents control, they don't untap during the next untap steps, until your next turn, your creatures your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. Blocking? What is blocking? If it were an instant, I'd kind of be into it. It's a sorcery, though. I swear I use the tap all creatures your opponents control cryptic command mode in Commander way more than I ever use it in any other format. Contact the Other Plane is a reprint. Displacer Kitten. 3 in a blue for a 2/2 creature cat beast. Rare. Avoidance. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Displacer Kitten. Well, some people love it because of the choice, but I mean, that's got to be a combo, right? There's got to be loops you can make with this for sure, right? Whenever you cast a non-creature spell. So any kind of like get it back, cast it again, get it back, cast it again. Non-creature spell. So like there's just like those enchantments, right? That for a white mana can return to your hand and then you play it again. Like there's some auras that do that. Or yeah, there's gotta be several ways to just go nuts with this. Anybody got an easy combo for this? Anybody already have one lined up? Without even looking? Dual Caster Mage does sound juicy. So you put a spell on the stack, you exile the Dual Caster Mage, you return to the battlefield, you copy the spell on the stack. You still, copying the spell though, isn't going to trigger the Dual Caster Mage again. You just got 2 spells. It doesn't go infinite. Archaeomancer plus Mishra's Bauble. Archaeomancer gets back a spell. It would have to be something that gets back an artifact, but that's doable. It's like Archaeologist or something gets back an artifact. Yeah, it's like a Graven Archaeologist, or there's like some elephant too from Strixhaven that gets back an artifact. Archaeomender, okay. Yep. So yeah, like that and a Mishra's Bauble is just a loop of a creature entering the battlefield. So then you just need a Soul Warden to gain infinite life or an Impact Tremors to deal infinite damage. So yay, combo kitty, let's go. Draconic Lore is 5 in a blue for an instant. The spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a dragon. Draw 3 cards. Dragonborn Looter is 1 in a blue for a 1/2. Draw a card, then discard a card. It's a dragon rogue. God, rogues are dragons now? WTF. Dream Fracture is 1 blue. Counter target spell, its controller draws a card and you draw a card. Oh, that's a reprint. Cool reprint. Get a little of that arcane denial action. Dungeon Delver is 1 in a blue. It's a background. Commander creatures you own have room abilities of dungeons trigger an additional time. Yeah, adventure, let's go. Elminster's Simulacrum is 4 blue instant mythic. For each opponent, you create a token that's a copy of up to 1 target creature that player controls. 6 mana. You're telling me for 6 mana, if there are 3 other players, I can have the best creature, a copy of the best creature from each of them? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what this is saying, right? That's pretty cool. That is kind of, you know, there's got to be a house for that. It's not as good as Blatant Thievery. Well, obviously not, but this is an instant and it's a mana less, so it's a very different card. You can curve, if you want to talk curve, you can do this on turn 6 and then Thievery on turn 7. And congratulations, you have no friends. Feywild Caretaker is 4 and a blue for a 3/4 Orc Wizard. When it enters the battlefield, take initiative. At the beginning of your end step, if you have initiative, create a 1/1 blue Fairy Dragon. The Feywild Visitor is 2 and a blue for a background. Commander creatures you own have whenever 1 or more non-token creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create Fairy Dragons. What's up with all the Fairy Dragons, you guys? Holy crap. Font of Magic. 3 and a blue enchantment. Mythic. Let's go. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. for each time you've cast a commander from the command zone this game. So, I don't know about you guys. There are some commanders, like, you play it, they will do whatever it takes to kill it. Whatever it takes. Kess, Dissident Mage, is definitely one of those commanders for me. So I think if you're running... Yeah, if you're running like a deck that is like big powerful spells, Galzeth Prismari is another one I use a lot. If you're running a big powerful spells deck, but you need your commander to enable, like this card can be a good backup. Really good backup. I like it. I don't think it's broken or anything. It's just, it's handy. It's a handy card. Gale, the Waterdeep Prodigy, is 2 and a blue for a 1/3 human wizard at rare. You get a background, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand, you may cast up to 1 target card of the other type from your graveyard. If a spell cast from your graveyard, if you put into a graveyard, exile it. So I cast an instant, and I can also cast a sorcery. So let me read that again. You may cast up to 1 target card from your graveyard. You still have to pay the cost. It's not free. You know, it's not Arcane Bombardment. Yeah, free would be too good, right? Free would be pretty busted. It's a nice value play, but there are other value plays. Gale's Redirection is 3 and a blue. It's an instant. It's rare. Exile target spell. Exile target spell. Doesn't counter it. That's interesting. Roll a d20 and add that spell's mana value. 1 through 14. You may cast the exiled card for as long as it remains exiled, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it. 15 plus. You may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost for as long as it remains exiled. $15 plus. Dude, so the bigger a card that you count... No, it's not 30% chance free, right, Agar? Because you add the spell's mana value to the roll. You exile target spell, you roll a d20, and you add the spell's mana value. So, like, it increases dramatically the more expensive the spell originally cast was. Like, if you counter... I don't know, 7 mana card with this? Hell, let's say you counter a Blasphemous Act, a 9 mana card with this. Then you add 9 to the roll on the d20, so you only have to roll like a 6 to get the 15 plus. I think the awkward part is, if you're countering something like a Blasphemous Act, you don't want to cast it, really. So you really want to hit something that is like giga bad for everybody else, or insanely good for one player, and then make it yours. Yeah, Hullbreaker Horror. This doesn't counter Hullbreaker Horror. It exiles Hullbreaker Horror along with all the other can't-be-countered cards in the game. This exiles Coma, right? I guess if you exile their commander, they can just put it back in command zone. Overloaded Cyclonic Rift. Guys, what's the mana value of an overloaded Cyclonic Rift? It's still 2, right? So that's not the greatest hit for this. And you can't overload it from exile either. So that's not great. Along with Kicker and X spells, like, you know, the usual. But, like, Hullbreaker Horror is probably one of the best examples I've seen. That'd be absolutely sweet. Absolutely sweet. This card is cool. Can't wait to give it at least a little try, because there's nothing better. Guys, there's nothing better. I showed up to be the smug, like, Giga Brain Chad at the table when I play my blue decks, and somebody is always there with, this card can't be countered, and then they look all smug, and they think they're the Giga Brain at the table. And then what do? Summary dismissal. you play something that doesn't counter it. Commit to memory, right? This card is like that, but even meaner. Omniscience, great idea. Hit Omniscience with this. I love it. I absolutely love it. Goggles of Night. 1 and a blue artifact equipment. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, scry 1, then draw. Okay. Gray Harbor Merfolk. 1 and a blue 0/3. Can't be blocked. +2/+0 as long as you control a commander that's a creature or planeswalker. Okay, I guess that line exists because of backgrounds. Thank you, backgrounds. Illithid Harvester is 4 and a blue. This one has an adventure. Rare 4/4. Plant Tadpoles. X blue sorcery. Tap X target creatures. They don't untap during the next untap step. And then what the Ceramorphosis. When Harvester enters the battlefield, turn any number of target tapped non-token creatures face down. They're 2/2 horror creatures. So if you're willing to spend 2 turns, say turn, if you're willing to spend kind of 2 turns on this, or you just have an insane amount of mana, you can turn you can make a number of creatures at the table, take a turn off, and then turn into abilityless 2/2 horror creatures. Very effective on Commander, too. That's pretty good. This card might be playable. It doesn't... I'm trying to figure out, like, what deck does it really... What deck does this really fit in? I mean, if you blink it with Thassa, then anytime, like, commanders are being tapped, you could turn them into 2/2s without abilities. Does blinking face down cards flip them over? It should, I think. Yes. This card with Hinata is really good because there's an X in the cost. See what we did there? Gotta watch out for those Hinata cards. Do they keep counters? I believe they keep counters, because turning them face down doesn't remove counters. Kind of an interesting mechanic to kind of reintroduce. This card is pretty cool. Imoen Mystic Trickster is 2 and a blue, uncommon 2/3, human rogue wizard, ward 2. At the beginning of your end step, oh, and you get a background. At the beginning of your end step, if you have the initiative, draw a card. Draw another card if you complete a dungeon. Just more dungeony, value-y. It's fine. Irenicus's Vile Duplication. 3 and a blue sorcery, uncommon, create a token as a copy of target creature you control, except the token has flying and isn't legendary if that creature is legendary. Making tokens and getting around the legend, like making copies and getting around the legend rule, is something that is always really fun for people to like find ways to abuse, you know? So that's you know, there are people excited about it. Isn't it strictly better than Spark Double? Is it? Depends. You can't find it with Finale of Devastation or some other way that fetches a creature, or you can find it with Solve the Equation or some way that fetches a spell. It depends on your deck. Strictly better is a terrible term. People shouldn't use it unless they're literally looking at big score versus unexpected windfall. And even then, somebody will find a way to shove it in your face. Spark Double can copy a Planeswalker. This cannot. That is correct. So yeah, they're different cards, but you know if you're the person trying to make 16 different comas. If your deck has Helm of the Host and Spark Double and Coma's your commander, yeah, you're going to play this too. Juvenile Mist Dragon is 3 blue for a 4/3 dragon with flying, Confounding Clouds. When Juvenile Mist Dragon enters the battlefield, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target creature that player controls. Yeah, geez, I swear it's just mechanic spam. Blink stuff, tap stuff, blink stuff. So many cards doing similar stuff. I know that has a lot to do with like having limited as a thing, but Hey CGB, did you get a flu? No. Why would you even say that?
Mostly interesting conversations.
Alexa, no one's talking to you. Siri, no one's talking to you either. They just want to steal my spotlight. Kaiser Luger, thank you for 31 months of support, man. That's really cool. Appreciate you. Please tell me limited commander isn't a thing. No, it is. It's like this set is built to be sealed and drafted, maybe? So yeah, a lot of these cards exist in this set for that purpose. Kenku Artificer is 2 and a blue, 1/1 bird Artificer. Homunculus Servant. When it enters the battlefield, put 3 +1/+1 counters on artifact. It becomes an 0/0 homunculus artifact creature with flying. Okay. Kindred Discovery. Here's a rare. 3 blue enchantment. As Discovery enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Whenever a creature you control of the chosen type enters the battlefield or attacks, draw a card. Well, that's kind of a reflections of Lit Jara tribal payoff that people like. People like Vanquisher's Banner. It's another Vanquisher's Banner, but it triggers on attack. So if this sticks around and you have any amount of your tribal creatures, this thing is gonna draw cards. Holy cow. It's a reprint? I don't remember it. I don't remember it from before. Wouldn't surprise me. Lapis Orb of Dragonkind is 2 and a blue to add a blue. Spend this mana to cast a dragon creature spell, scry 2. Alright, fun mana rock. Good if your commander is a dragon, maybe? Scry 2 is pretty useful. It's not as good as like Dragon's Horde and drawing cards, but it's good. Modify Memory. 4 and a blue. Exchange control of 2 target creatures controlled by different players. If you control neither creature, draw 3. Whoa. Politickin'. So, Timmy, you give up your vampire token. Johnny, hand over the ancient ass dragon. I draw 3. And never attack me with it. Never attack me with it, Timmy. I gave you a dragon. Don't you dare. Moonshay Pixie is 3 and a blue for a 2/2 with an adventure. It's a fairy. Pixie Dust, instant. Up to 3 target creatures gain flying. Nice. And then for 4 mana, you get a 2/2 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, draw cards equal to the number of opponents who were dealt damage this turn. The adventures are like they're fine, right? But like, I don't know. I feel like there are so many cards doing similar things in the common and uncommon slots. I'm almost not reading them and looking for rares. Mystery Key is 1 and a blue. When an equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, sacrifice the key. If you do, draw 3. Nimaclaw Adept, 3 and a blue, 2/3. Untap 2 other target permanents. Activate only as a sorcery and only 1 each turn. What, you don't like infinite combos? Oceanus Dragon. 4 blue, 3/5. Flying Dragon. Enters the battlefield. What do you know? Tap a creature an opponent controls and goad it. We've got blue goad on a body. So cloning and blinking it will just goad stuff. Is goad good enough that you run this in like a Yorion or a Brago deck? Have we had goad on a body that we, can just blink and blue-white before? If so, I don't own it. I might have to try that. I always thought goading was like a red mechanic. It's interesting. Too expensive. Depends on your play group. Guys, if you have a 3-mana 1/4 with the same text, I'll play that instead. But, like, to my knowledge, this is the first time we kind of get to do this on a body. Pseudo Dragon Familiar is 2 and a blue for a 2/1 flying dragon. So many dragons. Target creature gains flying. Hype. How does this give flying to, like, say a giant rhino on the ground? How does this little thing make it fly? So confused. Magic. Psychic Impetus, 2 and a blue aura. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and is goaded. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, scry 2. Renari, the Merchant of Marvels, is 3 and a blue for a 2/4. You get a background, and it's a Dragon Artificer. You may cast dragon spells and artifact spells as though they had flash. That's pretty strong. It's that low-key kind of strong, right? Where people aren't going to feel like they have to kill this commander, but then you start flashing in dragons, and they're like, oh, that's how we're going to hit somebody with that 8-mana mythic and roll that d20 and draw that many cards. You know, flash it in. Just flash it in. Give it a little flashy. A flasharoo. Robe of the Archmagi. Magi? 2 and a blue for an artifact equipment rare. Whenever an equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards. Whenever an equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards. So 1 for each damage? Equip 4 or equip to a shaman, warlock, or wizard for 1. Okay. I mean, okay. Oh man, there's gotta be some there's gotta be some stuff we can do here. Woo. Oh, I like all the card drawing going on. The hitting people is a little obstacle, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. You can find this with Stoneforge Mystic. I don't know about you guys. I started playing like Swiftfoot Boots, Lightning Greaves, and some other stuff like that. I started playing Lightning Greaves. I started playing Stoneforge Mystic in like my Yorion deck. Did not suck. This with Stoneforge Mystic is pretty good. Sneak it on the battlefield at end step or something, equip it up, get in there, draw. As long as you can protect it a little. Run Away Together, that's a reprint. Sailor's Bane. Feels like a reprint, but no, I don't think so. Look at that critter. Now that's a dragon turtle. Remember the other card that was just called a dragon turtle? That's a dragon turtle. That's a 7 blue for a 7/7 dragon turtle creature. Spell costs 1 less to cast for each card you own in exile, and in your graveyard that's an instant sorcery or an adventure, ward 4. It's just big turtle down there, guys. Sapphire Dragon. Adventure card. Psionic Pulse is 2 and a blue for an instant counter target non-creature spell. So we've got Negate with Adventure, and it costs 3. And then the creature is a dragon for 7 mana. You get a 5/6 whenever it attacks or blocks. Scry 2. It's fine. I think you're just better off running Fierce Guardianship, though. Sea Hag is 4 and a blue for a 3/5 creature hag. Hag is literally your type. There's no coming back from that. Aquatic Ingress is 2 and a blue for an instant. Up to 2 creatures each get +1/+0 and can't be blocked. Presumably because they're too ugly to block. Nobody's gonna touch that. 5 mana, you get a 3/5. When it enters the battlefield, creatures your opponent's control get -4/-0 until end of turn. Presumably, again, they looked at it, was too ugly. I don't know. Shameless Charlatan is 1 and a blue for a legendary background. Commander creatures you own have 2 and a blue. This creature becomes a copy of another target creature. That could be interesting. Look, it's Croakies. Which one? It's not the Sea Hag. Sea Hag has hair. Oh, I see now. You were talking about the shameless charlatan? That's just mean. At least I wasn't mean about it. Just messing. This stream is sponsored by Keeps. Third Coast Sailor is 1 in a blue for a background. Commander creatures you own have whenever this creature attacks a player. If no opponent has more life than that player, this creature can't be blocked. Apparently that joke, Amos Baltimore, was good enough to get a gift sub. Thank you, Agar Vulo. Sword Coast Serpent is 5 blue for a 6/6 Serpent Dragon with more adventure text. The capsizing wave returns target creature to owner's hand. It's basically disperse. And then the dragon has, it can't be blocked as long as you cast a non-creature spell this turn. Any good green cards yet? Yeah, a lot of those in the blue section. Good question. Tomb of Horrors Adventurer is 5 in a blue for a 4/4 elf monk at rare. When Tomb of Horrors Adventurer enters the battlefield, you get the initiative. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you copy it. If you've completed a dungeon, copy it twice. You may choose new targets for the copies. I mean, 6 mana for a 4/4 that doubles your spells, double vision on a creature, but also some initiative payoff. It's a good card. I can't imagine wanting to brew around it. It pushes the initiative thing a bit too hard for me. Look, guys, it's another creature that if you have infinite mana, you draw your deck. Vol Candlekeep Researcher is 3 in a blue for a 2/3. You get a background as a human wizard, Vigilance. Tap it to add an amount of colorless equal to this thing's toughness. The mana can't be spent to cast spells from your hand. This mana can't be spent to cast spells from your hand. I mean, I guess it's good with, like, Leer and Underworld Breach and things, but... Seems pretty narrow. Volo Inherent Scholar, 2 in a blue for a 2/3 mythic legendary creature that gets a background. When Volo enters the battlefield, create Volo's Journal, a legendary colorless artifact token with hexproof. And whenever you cast a creature spell, note one of its creature types that hasn't been noted for the artifact. 2 and a tap to draw a card for each creature type noted for target permanent you control named Volo's Journal. Well, they brought back Volo, your guide to monsters, and I'm wondering, are they selling a Volo's notebook somewhere? Like, are they going to sell a Volo's Journal like they sold like the Harry Potter journals, you know, with your house name on them and stuff? Can I go buy a Volo journal and I'm just going to write in my little journal what creatures I cast with my Volo? It's kind of a cute little merchandising option, right? I mean, if somebody loves the idea of making this deck, go ahead. It's, to me, the idea of like noting creature types sounds like extra work. I'm not going to lie. There is a D&D book called Volo's Guide to Everything. Okay. Nice. Winter Eladrin. 2 in a blue for a 2/2 Gust of Wind, Fairy, Elf, Wizard. When Winter Eladrin enters the battlefield, return up to one other target creature to its owner's hand. Boing. Catsup, thank you very much for 30 months of support. Very nice of you. The Wizards of Thay. 3 in a blue for 3/3 Myriad. Instant and sorcery spells cost 1 less to cast. You may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. It's an interesting card, because if you can clear the way, maybe by tapping all the other creatures opponents control and attack with this, then at least for a turn, your turn, you will get a 3 mana reduction on all your instants and sorceries. So that might be something some people are interested in. Young Blue Dragon. 4 in a blue. This dragon goes on an adventure. Sand Augury is 1 in a blue for a sorcery. Scry 1, then draw a card. If it were an instant, that would be okay. And then you can have a 5 mana 3/3 flyer later. We did it, guys. Half an hour through blue. Crushed it. Now we found black. I'm really feeling the theme filling, though, in this set. You know what I mean? There's so many cards that do the same thing as another card and another card and another card, you know? Just, there's got to be a myriad card that, like, I don't know, reduces cost and taps things, and there's got to be one that blinks, and then there's got to be an adventure card that blinks, and it's like, yeah. They're really pulling it together for the limited stuff, but it's adding a lot of, like, samey cards to the set. Agent of the Iron Throne. Please, we're trying to forget the Iron Throne. 2 in a black, legendary enchantment background. Commander creatures you own have whenever an artifact or creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. Oh man, so if there's something like a Prosper type commander, this would be so good with like a treasure deck, right? Each opponent loses 1 life. It's interesting. That might be a really solid background. Agent of the Shadow Thieves is 1 in a black for a background. Commander creatures you own have whenever this creature attacks a player. If no opponent has more life than that player, put a +1/+1 counter on the creature and it gains Death Touch and Indestructible until end of turn. It is probably going to hit you. Okay. Altar of Baal. 1 in a black for an adventure card. Bone Offering is 2 in a black for a sorcery adventure. Create a tapped 4/1 black skeleton creature token with menace. And then the artifact is 1 in a black for an artifact. 2 in a black, exile a creature you control. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. I offer you the Bone Zone. I mean, it's a reanimator card. It's really slow. But I guess if you have 5 mana, a creature in your graveyard and a creature on the battlefield, you can do it right away. So it's kind of like about the same speed as a reanimator spell. Turn 3 reanimation. I guess if you have a 1-drop, and then you do this on 2 and then on 3. Wait, how did you get something in the graveyard? Did you play... I guess you were really, really good at playing Stitcher Supplier and milling 3 fatties. Good job. Or 1. Why am I so greedy? I don't know, man. It seems... meh. The adventure mode is nice, because at least it can, in theory, come with a creature. Some people love Reanimator, so I'm sure we'll see somebody will try to play it. It seems okay to me. Ambition's Cost. That's a reprint. Ancient Brass Dragon. 5 black mythic 7/6 Elder Dragon flying. When it deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. What do you get? What do you get? Whenever you do, put any number of target creature cards with mana value, total mana value X or less from graveyards onto the battlefield under your control, where X is the result. That is a much... I feel like the other two that we saw, the white one and the blue one, were like you're definitely going to get something. Even if you roll even if you roll a pitiful little number, at least you get something. With this, there's a chance you get nada. Actual fail. But if you hit anything over like an 8, you're probably getting, it's any number of target creature cards from graveyards, but it's total mana value. So that's pretty rough. I don't think this one's quite as good. It's like 7 mana. I guess it's on a body, so maybe you can buy it back, reanimate it, things like that. But this one scares me. I'm scared I'm gonna fail when I play this card. The other cards, I'm like, well, if I fail, it'll be epic, but at least, you know, I'll get something. A 1/1, a card. This, I'm like, I might get nothing. Armor of Shadows is 1 black for an instant until end of turn. +1/+1 indestructible. Alms of Hadar. 3 and a black sorcery creatures. Target player controls gets -2/-2. Yay. Astarian's Thirst. I'm guessing you're Astarian. 3 and a black instant. Exile target creature. Put X counters on a commander you control, where X is the power of the creature exiled. There's probably some synergy stuff there with the right commanders, but I don't think it's generally a very powerful card. Atrocious Experiment is 2 and a black for sorcery. Target player mills 2 cards, draws 2 cards, loses 2 life. Blood Money. That's the name of one of my decks. 5 black sorcery mythic. Destroy all creatures. For each non-token creature destroyed this way, you create a tapped treasure token. That could be a lot of treasure. Non-token, though. Non-token. Still, you're probably getting a lot of mana back for this the following turn. But like, why tapped? I mean, I guess so you don't just instantly win the game. I don't know. I think tap treasure is not a bad idea for some cards. Like, I think Dockside Extortionist is a great example of a card that should have been tapped treasure 100 billion%. Bone Caller Cleric, 1 and a black, human cleric, 2/1, 3 and a black, sacrifice it, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Reanimator Cleric. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Call to the Void is 4 and a black sorcery rare. Each player secretly chooses a creature they control. Secret. And a creature they don't control. Then those choices are revealed and destroy each creature chosen this way. So you have to choose a creature that you're going to get destroyed, but then other people are going to choose one of yours too. So the object is, like, you're actually better off if you choose what they're going to choose. It says secretly, so I'm guessing you can't barter or politic this. Maybe you can't politic this that much. It's a weird card. I mean, I never play cards like this. It's like too weirdly political for me. Yeah, I'm like afraid of what cards like this actually end up doing. Cast Down, reprint, Chain Devil. You get a 4/2 for 4. When it enters the battlefield, each player sacks. Okay. Non-token creature. Kind of weird. Cloud Kill is 4 black sorcery. All creatures get -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value of a commander you own on the battlefield or in the command zone. I mean, 6 mana is a lot. That is a lot. Criminal Past. Oh, we got the rogue storyline. This is a background, 2 and a black. Commander creatures you own have menace, and this creature gets +X/+O, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. I like the flavor there. That's kind of cool. Edgelord background, yeah. This creature gets +X/+O. There's got to be some things where, like, you know, this power makes things better. There's a place for it. Cultist of the Absolute is a black mana for a background. Commander creatures you own gets +3/+3. Have flying, death touch, ward, pay 3 life, and at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. This one is... That is a really cheap background. That is a lot of benefit. If you have like a commander that makes creatures, paying the cost can be easy, and that's a lot of powerful stats. I mean, yeah, that's the Giga Chad background right there for sure. Everyone's the Lord of the Pit. Dude, flying and death touch, if you get some trample on there, you're hitting them hard. Deadly Dispute reprint. $4. All right, this was a $4 common. Reprint has just been announced. $4 common. Can you believe it? And lost half its value. Okay, not quite half. Lost a chunk of value real quick. Elder Brain. That's what I blame when I can't remember the name of stuff. 5 black, 6/6 creature horror with menace. When it attacks a player, exile all cards from that player's hand. Then they draw that many cards. You may play lands and cast spells from among the exiled cards for as long as they remain exiled. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana or any color. I draw your hand. Oh, the feels bads though when you attack somebody and it's like all land. Yeah, that's a terrifying card. Doesn't have to connect either. Just has to turn sideways. That's a fierce card. That is an exciting and fierce card. And you can play it with the Blitz Commander. Give this card Myriad. Okay. I'm pretty sure, though, that the attack trigger would miss, though. Cool card. I think people are going to be excited to try this out for sure. I mean, they're really pushing like 7 mana. If you pay 7 mana for a card now, they're like, you're going to get some pretty incredible effects on your 7 mana card if you actually get to untap and attack with it. Eldritch Pact, 6 and a black sorcery. Rare. Target player draws X cards and loses X life, where X is the number of cards in their graveyard. Traumatize you. Eldritch Pact you. GG. Oh, that's so mean. That's so mean. Oh, the Dredge player will hate this. The person who's like so happy to be flipping over their graveyard is gonna hate this. Yeah, the blue-black mill players are losing it for their 7 mana sorcery. Dude, 7 is the number. The Commander world has decided if you spend 7 mana on something, it better get countered or removed, or I guess you get to win. Ghastly Death Tyrant, 4 black 6/5. Beholder Skeleton. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target enchantment an opponent controls and you lose life equal to its value, or creatures you control gain Death Touch. So we have black enchantment hate on a body. It's just really freaking expensive. Ghost Lantern. Pardon me. I'm gonna try a different pair of sunglasses. Ghost Lantern. 1 black. Whenever a creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. Equip 1. But it's got an adventure. 1 and a black for an instant. Return target creature card from graveyard to hand. Good little value. The gray slot is 2 and a black for a frog horror. It's a 4/1. Has, as long as there are 4 more creature cards in your graveyard, gray slot has menace and death touch. But wait, it's also got an adventure. Anthropic Decay, 1 and a black, mill 4 cards. Meh. I don't really want to spend 1 and a black to mill 4 cards. That's... Gray salad. Nothing sounds less appetizing than the term gray salad, in my humble opinion. Guildsworn Prowler is 1 and a black for a 2/1 death touch. If it dies and it wasn't blocking, draw a card. That's interesting. You put death touch on it, but if it blocks and kills something, you don't get to draw? It's kind of weird balancing there. Hezro is 5 and a black for a 6/6 frog demon. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control become blocked, each blocking creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Also, Demon Stench is an instant. Each creature that blocked this turn gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Expensive adventure cards. Okay. I mean, when you look at what a 7 mana adventure common gets you and what a 7 mana like Elder Brain gets you, it's hard to stay excited. Intellect Devourer is 3 and a black for a 2/4 horror. It's a rare. Devour Intellect. When Intellect Devourer enters the battlefield, each opponent exiles a card from their hand until Intellect Devourer leaves the battlefield. Wasn't Devour Intellect a card in Forgotten Realms? Now it's flavor. Now it's like a flavor text ability. Weird. Still pretty good. Body Thief. You may play lands and cast spells from among cards exiled with Intellect Devourer. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it. Ooh. So for 4 mana, you get a 2/4. And they have to exile a card from their hand, and you can play it until they kill this. It's pretty cool. It's like Hostage Taker, but hits the hand. Could get into this card. It's a fun card to clone, too. Mold Folk is... Welcome to the Mold Folks home. 1 and a black for a 1/1 lifelink. Back in my day, I was a fungus warrior. Mold Harvest, 1, sacrifice another creature or artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Mold Folk. Nice. Murder, destroy target creature. Miracles Edict. Miracles? It's like, it sounds like what Emrakul's friends call her. Hey there, Miracles. 1 and a, or is that when you pay your miracle cost in Alabama? Here we got here a miracle. 1 and a black sorcery, roll a d20, choose an opponent. That player sacrifices a creature. 10 through 19, each opponent sacrifices a creature. 20, each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power that they control. Miracle is some deity in the D&D world. How helpful. I'm sure they're not at all offended by my read. I mean, how... Miracles. Is it said like a miracle? It sounds like it. Miracle? Miracle? Maybe it's Miracle? Because I just can't say it without... Kyrkle. Wow, thanks, Agar. You misspelled that. Miracle. 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 Doesn't even look like it's 2 syllables. My cool. 2 and a black, 2/3, Cat Rogue, Psychic Blades, 8 open-ended, generic creatures you control get +2/+0, gain menace. Nefarious Imp, 2 and a black, 2/1 flying. Whenever 1 or more permanents you control leave the battlefield, scry 1. Death benefits, Nothic, 4 and a black for a 4/3 with weird insight. When it dies, roll d20. 1 through 9, you draw a card, lose a life. 10 through 19, you draw 2 and lose 2. And then 20, you draw 7 cards and lose 7 life. You Grizzlebrand. Sure. Oh my god. Packed weapon is 3 and a black for a mythic equipment. As long as packed weapon is attached to a creature, you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. Whenever equipped creature attacks, draw a card and reveal it. The creature gets +X+X, and you lose X, where X is the card's mana value. The equip is to discard a card. Whoa. That's pretty cool. You put that on a hex-proof creature, and you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life? Yeah, that reeks of some shenanigans, guys. And you get to draw a card when the creature attacks, and the equip cost is just to discard something. So it's really just 4 mana. If you have a creature to put it on 4 mana, discard a card, you're equipped. It's pretty low cost. Of course, people can blow up the artifact. That is just a sad fact of life. It's just a fact. Some people blow up artifacts. But, I mean, I don't know. I've been to plenty of games where nobody had an artifact removal thing and somebody's Panharmonicon went crazy. It might buy you a few turns. I'm wondering, like, there's got to be something specific you equip this to, right? That makes it better than others. It's okay. Parasitic Impetus. 2 and a black, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and is goaded. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, lose 2 life, you gain 2. Oh, yeah. Nothic. Already read that. Sorry. Passageway Seer. 3 and a black for a 2/2 lifelink. Trifling Warlock. When it enters the battlefield, you take the initiative. At the beginning of your end step, if you have the initiative, put a counter on it. Okay. Ravenloft Adventurer, 3 and a black for a 3/4. This is a rare though. Human Rogue Assassin. Whenever it enters the battlefield, get the initiative. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it and put a hit counter on it. Whenever Ravenloft Adventurer attacks, if you've completed a dungeon, defending player loses 1 life for each card they own and exile with a hit counter on it. More, like, you gotta get through that dungeon. Sophonaw. Calimport Cutthroat. 2 and a black for a 3/2 menace. Human Rogue. At the beginning of your end step, if you have the initiative, make a treasure. Pretty good. Create 3 of those tokens if you've completed a dungeon. Really good. And you get a background. So, there you go. A whole bunch of new abilities on 1 card. Get your mechanics right. You have to know what the initiative is. You have to know what the Undercity is. You have to know what all the backgrounds are. I don't know how to evaluate this card. Fortunately, I'm not evaluating cards today. I'm just reading them. Just some ASMR reading new cards. Saravak Deathbringer. 3 and a black for a 3/4. Human Knight. At the beginning of each player's end step, if no permanents left the battlefield this turn, that player loses X life, where X is this power. Choose a background. You will fight, dang it. If you don't fight, you're gonna hurt. Scion of Hallister is 1 and a black for a background. Commander creatures you own have, the first time you would draw a card each turn, instead look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your graveyard, the other back on top, and then draw a card. I guess if you really like full graveyards, you know? Like a lot. Shadowheart Dark Justicar. No, that can't be right. Shadowheart Dark Justiciar. Why can't I say this word? Shadowheart Dark Justiciar. We'll go with that. 3 and a black for a 3/4 Human Elf Cleric rare. It's just a car. Really? Why is it CIAR? I mean, I will say just a car. That is easy to remember. Anyway, it has the ability of 1 and a black, sacrifice another creature. Oh, you have to tap it too. Sacrifice another creature, draw X cards where X is that creature's power, and you get a background. So is that like Disciple Bolus that does that on ETB? This is offering you that ability on a stick. Could be fun. I like drawing cards. Death triggers, let's go. Kikusho the Evening Star, Junji the Midnight Sky, fun. Sigil of... Here we go again. Sigil of Miracool. I can't, man. I like this name just can't. I can never make this name sound good. Oh my god. 2 and a black enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, mill a card. When you do, if there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control against Death Touch. Okay. Sivarus, the Nightmare Speaker, is 3 and a black for a 3/3 legendary creature, Snake, Cleric, Warlock. Nice. Uncommon. Tap it, sacrifice another creature or artifact. For each opponent, you mill a card. Then return that card from your graveyard to your hand unless that player pays 3 life. And you get a background. There's a lot going on there. Like, you can sacrifice a treasure, and then either everybody takes 3 or you're going to get cards. But of course, if the card is like a land, they're just going to let you have it. Like, if you mail 2 or 3 lands, the players who mill lands are just going to be like, go ahead. You can probably only play 1 a turn. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like so much of this set is about the drafting. And I'm not even sure that I like drafting Commander, and I know I don't like drafting not Commander. So this is a tough one. Skullport Merchant. Never heard of it. Sturgay. That can't be right either. Black 1/1 flying, can't block, blood drain. 1 and a black, pay 1 life, sacrifice Sturgay. Sturgay. And draw a card. Summon the Undead. Or just, I'm sorry, we can't put a "the" in there. Summon Undead. 4 and a black sorcery, you mill 3 cards, then return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Thieves' Tools. Was this a reprint? I have these in my D&D campaign. I don't know much about D&D. I've only got 1 campaign, but I've got Thieves' Tools. I'm a rogue. For those who didn't know, I'm a human rogue. My favorite thing about my character in my only current and ever D&D campaign is the name. The name of my character is Varian Despair. Get it? Varian Despair? I'll wait while you laugh. I'm waiting for like a lot of Kek W and lol emotes. Please guys, just put up freaking emotes. I thought this was very clever and funny. I thought this was very clever and funny. Do it or I'm not moving on. I'm not moving on till I see. It's really embarrassing having the chat on the screen, knowing I might post this on YouTube and having nobody laugh. Do it now. Do it now. YouTube is cringing. God, yeah, I should just restart the burn game. All right. Anyway, Thieves' Tools. When it enters the battlefield, you get a treasure. That's pretty cool. Equipped creature can't be blocked unless it's power 3 or less. And equip 2. Topaz Dragon. So many dragons. This is an adventure card. The first... We'll read the adventure first. It's an entropic cloud. 1 and a black for an instant, and creatures you control gain Death Touch. And then there is a creature type dragon, uncommon, flying Death Touch 4/4 for 6 mana. You know, just solid, just that value. Underdark Explorer is 4 and a black for a 5/3 Lizard Warrior Menace. When Underdark Explorer enters the battlefield, initiative. Yay. Vicious Battle Rager is 3 and a black for a 1/5 dwarf barbarian, and when it enters the battlefield, initiative. Spiked Retribution. Whenever Vicious Battle Rager becomes blocked by a creature, its controller loses 5 life. But it's a 1/5. Why would you ever block it? I'm so confused. Laughing my butt off listening to CGB pronouncing D&D names. But they're all made up anyway, so I can make up how they're said all I want. But whatever keeps you enjoying the show, I suppose. Let me know in the comments how to pronounce things. And by all means, feel free, because you guys are going to do this anyway. If you don't believe me, just look in the comments. They're going to say it's pronounced and then just spell it again. They're just going to spell it exactly as it's spelled. How is that supposed to help me pronounce the frickin' card name? I'm just gonna say it the same way. It's insane. All right. Anyway, Vicania. Let's try that again. That can't be right. Viconia. How's that? Drow apostate. Does it rhyme with a prostate? God, I can't do it. Anyway, 2 and a black for a 2/3 legendary creature, elf cleric, uncommon. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard, return a creature card at random from your graveyard to hand. That's cool. Choose a background. Yay! This would be a good one for, what's the one with the the background is like a criminal's past or something, where they get like a bonus for cards in graveyard. All right, next card is Vrock. Rhymes with sock and lock and croc. And it's a 3 black for a bird demon, 3/3 flying, and has the ability Toxic Spores, which means at the beginning of your end step, if a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, each opponent loses 3 life. Rockies. Oh man, we gotta get Croakies on Commander, guys. Gotta drag him into the deep end. Let's go. Get him into some Commander. It'll be fun. Zentarim Bandit is 1 and a black for a 2/1 halfling rogue, and when it attacks, you may pay 1 life. If you do, create a treasure token. That's pretty cool. You can probably find somebody open at the table to crank out those treasures. Yeah, that card's okay. It's no Magda, but what is? Guys, we made it to red in 2 hours and 32 minutes. Reading cards. I guess we're kind of halfway through, because I'm sure there's plenty of artifacts and gold cards. But I think we're like halfway done. Which means we're kind of on target, sorta. Like 2+ hours to go. I'm gonna go grab a refill on my beverages, because they gone. We're gonna take a short break, so enjoy that. And we are back. You guys survived our advertisements. Congratulations. Barely. You'll be fine. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. All right. And we're back. Are you ready for me reading my favorite color? We're gonna read red cards from Commander Legends Baldur's Gate. I changed. It's getting cold in here. Actually, temperature dropping quite a bit. So I grabbed the D&D sweater hoodie I got from Wizards. Here, you get ready. Get ready for this shot. Yeah? That's sweet. Yep, you're welcome, internet. And proof I have legs. Yeah, it is a beholder on the back. But enough of that. Let's get down to reading. Amber Gristle O'Mal is 3 and a red for a 3/3 legendary dwarf cleric. Haste. Whenever Amber attacks, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw a card for each player being attacked. Choose a background. Each player being attacked. Okay, so you need some critters to spread out, attack other people. Okay. Amethyst Dragon is 4 and a red for an adventure critter. So let's read the adventure first. Explosive Crystal is 4 and a red for a sorcery. 4 damage device you choose among any number of targets. So it's a pyrokinesis. Pyrotechnics? That was the card back in the day. It's pretty insane and limited, I'm sure. And then the dragon itself is a 4/4 flying haste for 6 mana. All right, we get to read the mythic Ancient Copper Dragon. That art is very smoggy. 4 and a red for an Elder Dragon 6/5 flyer. Whenever Ancient Copper Dragon deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. You create a number of treasure tokens equal to the result. What? They're not tapped. That's the one they thought they should shave a mana off of? Because all the other ones are like 7 or 8 mana, right? This is the one they're like, this could be 6. That's fine. This is fine. I mean, are you kidding me right now? Just picture this card with like an untapped reflection of Kiki Jiki. Or hell, the real Kiki Jiki. Oh my god. It'd be so vicious. Wow. Wow. Curves right into Old Gnawbone if you really just can't have enough treasures in your life and you like Magical Christmas Land. Oh my goodness. Is that the best dragon? I mean, that's an absurd amount of mana that you can get. Like, the other ones I think are straight up memes. This one I think might be playable. No haste on its own. You have to make it work. There's no question you have to make it work. But I mean, people play Atali in Commander, and it does happen. Like, it depends on your play group, obviously. If you're super competitive, Atali probably doesn't happen. But, like, plenty of, like, pre-con and a step up from pre-con, like, commander groups have Atali's triggering. It's not insane to say that you're going to play an Ancient Copper Dragon and you're going to equip it with Lightning Greaves and boom. Yeah, Anger in the Graveyard. That'll do it. Rhythm of the Wilds will do it. Like this. Guys, I will say, for the most part, and maybe it's because we just got to red, they haven't put Make a Treasure on 50 billion cards in this set like they did in AFR and like they did in Streets of New Capenna. But, oof. I mean, this is a pretty big one to have treasure on it. And I can't believe they're not tapped treasures either. Can you imagine just hitting a 20? Just going off. To the moon. Cool card. Balor. Or is it Balor? Rhymes with Finn Balor. Baldur. 3 red for a mythic 5/5 demon with flying. Whenever Baldur attacks or dies, choose one or more. Attacks or dies, huh? Each mode must target a different player. Target opponent draws 3 cards, then discards 3 cards at random. Target opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact. Love the non-token on that. Baldur deals damage to target opponent equal to the number of cards in their hand. Woo! I love damage equal to the number of cards in their hand. It's just, you know how many times, like, I'm that guy at the table. I'm the guy casting Seagate Restoration and getting back Seagate Restoration and just trying to have like a 50 card hand, and that's how I'm going to control the game. That's me. I'm that guy. I love when there are cards like Unquenchable Thirst that punish that. So, yeah. Should be on more cards, really. Balls. Invoker. How'd I do on that one? Balls Invoker. Let's go. 2 in a red. 4/2. Dragon Shaman. Has a Scorching Ray. 8 mana. 4 damage each opponent. If you have infinite mana, you win the game. At least it doesn't require any other creatures or anything else going on. So this one you might actually see in decks that can pull infinite mana but don't always have an easy win con. Bloodboil Sorcerer is 3 in a red for 3/3 human shaman. When it enters the battlefield, you take initiative. Crown of Madness. That means 1 in a red, sacrifice an artifact or creature to goad target creature. Yay. Breath Weapon. 2 in a red for an instant, 2 damage to each non-dragon creature. Carnelian Orb of Dragonkind. There's already an Orb of Dragonkind. This is the Carnelian Orb of Dragonkind, which apparently comes from a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. It's 2 in a red for an artifact. You tap it for a red. If the mana was spent on a dragon creature spell, it gains haste. Yay, another way to give the Ancient Copper Dragon haste, guys. Nice. Nice. Cool. Just built right in there, isn't it? Caves Chaos Adventurer. 3 in a red for a 5/3 human barbarian rare with trample. When it enters the battlefield, you take the initiative. There had to be a rare initiative, like 4 mana human blah 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 card in every color, I guess. Whenever Caves of Chaos Adventurer attacks, exile the top card of your library. If you've completed a dungeon, you may play that card this turn without paying its mana cost. Otherwise, you may play that card this turn. Okay. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Coronation of Chaos is 2 in a red for up to 3 creatures can't block, and then you goad them. Descent into Avernus is 2 in a red for a rare enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, put 2 descent counters on Descent into Avernus. Avernus, like rhymes with a furnace. Avernus, 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 Avernus. I don't know. Then each player creates X treasure tokens and Descent into Avernus. Deals X damage to each player, where X is the number of descent counters on Descent into Avernus. Okay, at the beginning of every upkeep, you get 2 counters. Each player gets X treasure tokens and X damage to each player. Wow. This is the kind of... that is, like, the game is going to escalate quickly when this card hits the battlefield, am I right? So at the beginning of your upkeep, now everybody is going to get 2 treasures and take 2. The next turn, 4 treasures, take 4, etc., etc. Oh my god. Yeah. People are going to start dying quick. All right. I mean, there's some play groups you need to nudge them along, man. You don't want to play like an 8-hour game tonight. You know what I mean? Dragon Cultist is 4 and a red for a legendary background. Commander. Creatures you own have at the beginning of your end step. If a source you control dealt 5 or more damage this turn, create a 4/4 red dragon creature token. It's an expensive background. Still think these are mainly meant for limited. Like, they all speak limited to me. Earth Tremor is 3 and a red for an instant. It deals damage to target creature or planeswalker equal to the number of lands you control. Pew. Delphin Guru, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 4 months of support. Elturel Survivors is 3 and a red for an 0/4 Trample Myriad. And as long as it's attacking, it gets +X+O, where X is the number of lands defending player controls. Okay. From about turn 7 on, people are taking hits. It doesn't have haste, but you can give things haste. That's a killer. That card will hit somebody hard. There's always somebody trying to ramp to the moon. Fang Dragon, this is an adventure card, so we'll read the adventure. Forktail Sweep, 1 in red, sorcery, 1 damage to each creature you don't control. And then the dragon is 7 mana, 5 red, for a 6/3 flyer. Are those new cards? They are new cards! They're coming to Commander. And then 250-ish of them are coming to Alchemy in July. Alchemy and Historic will be getting some of these. Furblog Flutist. 4 red. Giant Bard, rare, 4/4, with the ability Enthralling Performance. That means when Furblog Flutist enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature you don't control until end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste and myriad until end of turn. It's pretty impressive. Flutery? That would make a creature just want to get up, attack someone, and copy itself. It's pretty impressive. New card, Fireball. Never seen it before. Ganax Astral Hunter is 4 and a red for a 3/4 legendary dragon at uncommon with flying, and it chooses a background. When the hunter or another dragon enters the battlefield under your control, create a treasure token! There you go. Genasi Enforcers. 1 and a red for a 1/3 elemental shaman with Myriad. And for 1 and a red, creatures you control named Genasi Enforcers get +1/+0 until end of turn. Woohoo! Null Warband, 5 and a red for a 5/5 creature null. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each opponent who was dealt damage this turn. It has Menace and Myriad. Guild Artisan is 1 and a red. I feel like they really wanted games of limited Commander to have endpoints. I think that's the fear, is that limited Commander games are going to be 9 hours long. So a lot of Myriad. Myriad? I don't know. Guild Artisan is 1 in red for a background. Commander creatures you own have, whenever this creature attacks a player, if no opponent has more life than that player, create 2 treasures. Gut. True Soul Zealot. I mean, you're not going to tell me that's Goot, are you? I am Goot. Gut, the True Soul Zealot, is 2 in a red for a 2/2 Goblin Shaman. Has the background thing. And whenever you attack, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, 4/1 black skeleton token with Menace that's tapped and attacking. Hoarding Ogre is a reprint. Igneous Artillerist is 2 in a red for a 3/1 human artificer. Whenever 1 or more artifacts enter the battlefield under your control, it deals that much damage to each opponent. Nice combo with dragons that make billions of treasure, I guess. Inspired Tinkering is 4 and a red. Exile the top 3 of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play them, and you make 3 treasures. Is that good? You get 3 treasures, and you have till the end of your next turn, and you exile 3 cards. Like, compare it to like an Unexpected Windfall. Unexpected Windfall is definitely better, and so is Jessica's Will. But as far as like, you only get so many of those to put in your deck. Do you run this in like Prosper? It's got to be close. I would try this in like semi-competitive Prosper. It's an interesting, like it's right there, right? It's right on the line. Insufferable Balladeer. So you're telling me they don't sing well. 1 in a red, 2/1 Dwarf Bard. Special ability, Vicious Mockery. When Insufferable Balladeer enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls can't block this turn, and you goad it. It just makes people want to fight. It's so bad. Javelin of Lightning is 1 in a red equipment with flash and equip 4. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to a creature you control. As long as it's your turn, equipped creature gets +2/+0. It has first strike. Karlak, the Fury of Avernus. 4 in a red, Tiefling Barbarian Mythic 5/4. Choose a background. Whenever you attack, if it's the first combat phase, untap all attacking creatures that gain first strike until end of turn. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase. Additional combats can be scary. Then we have Lightning Bolt. Never heard of it. Livin' Cultist of Tiamat is 2 in a red for a 1/3 Dragon Shaman. When it has the background thing. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is that spell's mana value. So many of these made for limited, it feels like. Nemesis Phoenix. 3 red for a 4/2 Phoenix, flying, and then 2 in a red. You can return this from the graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Activate only during the declare attacker step, and only if you're attacking 2 or more opponents. Yeah. Panic Attack is 2 in a red for an instant. Attacking creatures get +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the number of players being attacked. Draw a card. So if you do attack 3 different players, you can do +3/+0, but you're attacking 3 different players, so it's unlikely you're going to kill one of them unless you have a billion creatures. Patron of the Arts, fabulous. 2 in a red for a 3/1 Dragon Noble. When it enters the battlefield or dies, make a treasure. Let's go. Popular Entertainer. Look, it's me. That's my background. 1 and a red. Commander creatures you own have, whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, goad target creature that player controls. Except I don't like goading that much. It requires too much like creatures and stuff. Reckless Barbarian. 1 and a red for a 2/2. Sacrifice Reckless Barbarian. Add red. Ooh. We've got a Ramping Barbarian, guys. There's decks that are going to play that, right? There's probably ways to make infinite mana with this somehow, too. Got to be a little bit of a combo card, right? There's got to be ways to, like, get it back, sack it for the mana, get it back. Yeah, any deck with Kiki Jiki probably wouldn't mind it, to try to set up some kind of combo. It's pretty good. 2 in a red, Enchantment Aura. Enchant creature gets +2/+2 and is goaded. Whenever it attacks, you create a treasure token. Stirring Bard. So we have Insufferable Bard, and now we have a Stirring Bard. Like, bards have various levels of talent in the Forgotten Realms. 3 in a red for an 0/4 Dragon Bard Defender. When it enters the battlefield, you take the initiative. And the Mantle of Inspiration, tap. Target creature gains menace and haste until end of turn. Here's a big mythic. Oh god. Storm King's Thunder. Very metal. X and triple red instant. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell X times. You may choose new targets for the copy. X times. Ooh. I mean, you need a lot of mana. But the things you could do, if you happen to just have a lot of mana, oh my goodness. Mana Geyser, Seething Song, and a Time Walk. Let's go. I wonder if the people in the chat being like, 4 mana do nothing, even play Commander. Or if they just honestly have no soul for it. Or if they just come from like, you know, Modern and they're trying to analyze Commander cards like they're for Modern. I really wonder. Commander is a place where you actually can make 1,000,000 mana and do 1,000,000 things in all kinds of reasonable play groups. I mean, yeah, like, yeah, mana restriction is not the same. It's not the same. In a game I just played, I had, I used a Jessica's Will. I ended my turn with like something like 9 mana I couldn't use. You can mana drain stuff, you know, there's ways to get your hands on a lot of mana. A lot of mana. I'm definitely like, I hope somebody at our table plays this one on day 1. That's going to be a lot of fun. Street Urchin is 1 in a red for a background. Commander creatures you own have 1. Sacrifice this creature or an artifact. Sacrifice another creature or an artifact, and this creature deals 1 damage to any target. Okay, so if you have a Death Touch commander, this is probably really strong. Swashbuckler Extraordinaire. 2 in a red for a Dragon Rogue Warrior at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, create a treasure. Whenever you attack, you may sacrifice 1 or more treasures. When you do, up to that many target creatures gain double strike until end of turn. I mean, that card could leave a mark. Taunting Kobold is a red for an 0/1 haste, and whenever it attacks, goad target creature an opponent controls. That's kind of funny. Tavern Brawler is a 2 in a red legendary background, and commander creatures you own have, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. This creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is that card's mana value. You may play that card this turn. A little bit of card advantage there. Sometimes it's going to hit and make something powerful, but really, like, at the beginning of your upkeep, you're exiling the top card of your library, and you can play it this turn. So, a little bit of a personal Howling Mine. It's kind of funny that red would get the background that basically says draw a card. No one's quick as Gaston. Thunderwave is 2 red to roll a d20 at sorcery, and you deal 3 damage to each creature on 1 to 9. For 10 to 19, you may choose a creature, then deal 3 damage to each creature not chosen. And then 20 is 6 damage to each creature your opponents control. Bam. Okay. Tiamat's Fanatics is 4 in a red for a 4/3 Dragon Warrior with haste and Myriad. Whee! That's just what I want to do for all these, like, kind of go... This card go brr. A 2-handed axe. 2 in a red for an equipment that has an adventure. Let's read the adventure. Sweeping Cleave is 1 red for an instant. Target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn at instant? It's kind of like a Teamer's Battle Rage, but that could also give trample, so I guess not. The artifact equipment says whenever equipped creature attacks, double its power until end of turn and equips for 1 and a red. I mean, so I guess if you have enough mana, like 7, you can give the thing double strike. You can play the axe, you can equip it, and then when it attacks, you double its power. And that's a hitter. Wand of Wonder is 3 and a red for an artifact rare. For 4 and a tap, you roll a d20. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant or sorcery. Then shuffle the rest into their library. You may cast up to X instant or sorcery spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana costs. 1 through 9, X is 1. 10 through 19, X is 2. And on 20, X is 3. So I finished reading that card, and I realized when I finished reading the numbers, I actually forgot what the rest of the card even said. Let's change sunglasses, shall we? Something's going wrong here. Literally almost fell asleep mid-card. Let's, we need to crack another. Cast X from among cards exiled this way. Each opponent exiles a card from the top of their library until they hit an instant or sorcery. Okay. I mean, meh. Red Chaos Wand type card plus D20 equal this. Whatever. Warehouse Thief, 3 and a red for a 4/2 rogue. 2 and a tap, sacrifice an artifact or creature, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play the card. Whee! Wild Magic Surge. Red, uncommon, instant. Destroy target permanent and opponent controls. Nice. It's kind of Chaos Warpy. Its controller reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a permanent that shares a card type. They put that card onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of their library in a random order. All right, Chaos Warp, you can hit your own stuff. Can't hit your own stuff here. But yeah, Tybalt's Trickery 2, kinda, but you can't hit your own stuff. So it doesn't have the toxicness of the Tybalt's Trickery, right? So that's good. That's a playable card. That's a very playable card. People are going to run that. Like Assassin's Trophy type effects or whatever it is. Like people run that because it's really helpful in Commander to not make enemies, at least at like reasonable tables. I'm not talking about EDH. I'm sorry, I'm not talking about CEDH. I make that mistake more than I should, but like CEDH, it is what it is. But like pretty casual games, you just don't want to make enemies, but your thing is too powerful, so it has to go. So now Wild Magic Surge Heuristic Study, you still get some enchantment from your deck, but that Heuristic Study can't be there. You know what I mean? Wrathful Red Dragon. This is a 3 red 5/5 dragon at rare, flying. Whenever a dragon you control is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any target that isn't a dragon. Oh my god. Blasphemous Act dragons, let's go. Love it. Let's do it. That's gonna be fun. Also, say you have like, I know that this sounds magical Christmas land. I swear it's doable in Commander though. You have like 2 or 3 dragons out and you cast Star of Extinction. Oh, good God. Absolutely wild. That's a cool card. People are going to like that card. Will? Is it Will? Blade of Frontiers, 1 in a red background, 1/1 human warlock, rare. If you would roll 1 or more dice, you roll that many dice plus 1. Basically, you roll at advantage. Whenever you roll 1 or more dice, put a +1/+1 counter on wheel. All right, wheels also got a reversal. 2 in a red for a rare instant. Choose target spell or ability with 1 or more targets. Roll a d20. Add the greatest power among creatures you control. Nice. 1 through 14, you may choose new targets. We got a deflecting SWAT at home. 15 plus, you may choose new targets for that spell or ability, but then you copy it and you may choose new targets for the copy. Pretty exciting, especially if you have a big creature, like you can get to the 15 plus, but that's asking a lot. I think that card's pretty mediocre. All said and done. It's okay. Young Red Dragon. Oh, look at him. 3 in a red. Oh, we got an adventure. The adventure mode is 1 in a red to bathe in gold instant. Create a treasure token. Easy. And then for 3 in a red, you get a 3/2 dragon that flies and can't even block. Oh, here's a card. You've been caught stealing. 1 in a red sorcery. Choose one. You can either threaten the merchant, and each creature blocks this turn if able. You can bribe the guards. You create a treasure token for each opponent who was dealt damage this turn. Okay. All right, red is toast. Killed it, guys. We're on green. It's time for green. A lot of people in the chat are like, when's green? Did you do green? What do you think of green? I don't know. Is this supposed to be like a really good green? Or are you guys just green poggies in the chat? Acolyte of Bahamut. This is 1 in a green for a legendary background. Commander creatures you own have the first dragon spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Fun. Ambitious Dragonborn is 3 in a green for a 0/0 Dragon Barbarian. And it enters the battlefield, X counters on it, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control and creature cards in your graveyard. Dude, everybody's a freaking dragon. They got all kinds of like 2-mana dragons. They got this, like, looks like a Hardened Scales wannabe dragon. Like, everything's a dragon. Like, the dragon people are just everywhere now. Crazy. Oh boy, we got another ancient coming up, another ancient mythic dragon. Ancient bronze dragon, 5 green, mythic, flying. Whenever ancient bronze dragon deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. When you do, put X +1/+1 counters on each of up to 2 target creatures where X is the result. Okay. The problem I see with this one is not only did you need to play your 7-mana card and attack with your 7-mana card, but you also don't really get the benefit until the next turn, right? Because they're probably tapped. Like, you have to deal the combat damage before you get the counters. So you need another attack step to really feel the benefit. So that's not a very good version of this dragon, I think. That's not very good in the D20 dragon. Yeah, you got to find a way to give first strike or double strike, and then then you're doing it, right? Guys, I've got it. This plus Embercleave. You're welcome. Nobody else would ever think of that. You can also fling it. Avenging Hunter is 4 in a green for a 5/4 trample. It's a dragon, because why isn't it? Ranger. Whenever it enters the battlefield, initiative. Band Together is 2 in a green for an instant. Up to 2 target creatures you control each deal damage equal to their power to another target creature. Boo. Let's see how this miscreant handles a Fury Missile of Justice. A furry missile of justice. It's pretty funny. Barum Brawl. 1 and a green for a rare. Target creature you control fights another target creature the opponent to your left controls. Then that player may copy this spell and choose new targets for the copy. Oh, that's kind of fun. Just go around the table. I like that. Everybody's fighting. This one might be my favorite card from the set. Yeah, it's kind of silly, right? It's just kind of silly. Bramble Sovereign is a 2 green, 4 total mana, creature dryad, mythic 4/4. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 and a green. If you do, that creature's controller creates a token that's a copy of that creature. A copier of stuff, huh? Well, again, if you have the mana, you can get a lot of value out of a card like this. It's definitely the kind of 4 mana 4/4. You just play it and everybody looks at it and they're like, do we need to kill that? I don't know, guys. Do we need... I only have this much removal and I just kind of want to develop my own game plan. It's like the kind of card that people aren't sure if they should kill. And then you play Avenger of Zendikar and they're like, oh crap. So that's kind of hype. I mean, I think that this card will have some homes along the way somewhere. It's also a political card. If you want to, you can offer people to make copies of their creatures for them. So some crazy stuff could happen. Carefree Swine Master is 2 and a green for a 1/4 Gnome Ranger, and whenever the Swine Master attacks, you may pay 1 and a green. If you do, create a 2/2 green boar creature token that's tapped and attacking. Circle of Land Druid is 1 and a green for a 1/1 Gnome Druid. When it enters the battlefield, you may mill 4 cards. When Circle of the Land Druid dies, return target land card from your graveyard to your hand. It's not quite Satyr Wayfinder, but it's trying, you know? I love Satyr Wayfinder. Can we get Satyr Wayfinder in Standard again? Just such a cool card. Cloakwood Hermit. 2 and a green. This is the background. Commander creatures you own have at the beginning of your end step. If a creature card was put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, create 2 tapped 1/1 green squirrel creature tokens. Why isn't the background that they were raised by squirrels? Seems totally a thing. Cloakwood Swarmkeeper is 1 green for a 1/1 Elf Ranger. Has the ability Gathered Swarm. Whenever 1 or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Cloakwood Swarmkeeper. Oh yay. Here comes more reasons to play a Scoot Swarm. Colossal Badger. Nice. 6 mana for a 6/5. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. But wait, there's an adventure. Dig deeper. 1 and a green, sorcery. Choose target creature, mill 4 cards, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature for each creature mill this way. Okay. I guess. Draconic Muralists is 3 and a green, and when this dies, you may search your library for a dragon card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. 4/3. Has to die, though. That's kind of sad. Dread Linorm. I don't know. 6 and a green for a 7/6 snake dragon, and it can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or less. But wait, there's more. An adventure. Scale Deflection is 3 and a green for an instant. Put 2 counters on target creature and untap it. It gains hexproof until end of turn. Druid of Emerald Grove, 3 and a green, 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for 2 basic land cards and reveal them, then roll a d20. Sure. 1 through 9, put those into your hand. 10 through 19, put 1 of them onto the battlefield tapped and the other in your hand. And 20, put those cards onto the battlefield tapped. Nice. Druidic Ritual, 2 and a green sorcery. You may mill 3. Then return up to 1 creature card and up to 1 land card from your graveyard to your hand. More Shigeki nonsense. Let's go. Earthquake Dragon. Whoa. 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 What have we got here? 14 generic mana and a green for a total of 15 mana gets you a creature elemental dragon 10/10. I had a feeling it would start this way. This spell costs X less to cast, where X is the total mana value of dragons you control. Flying, trample, 2 and a green, sacrifice a land to return Earthquake Dragon from your graveyard to your hand. It's got some Multani going on here. God, man, how many dragons do you have to play for this to be a gamer? Like Dragon Galta. It's got to be doable, though. Like, everything's a freaking dragon. We were already talking about that. I bet in Limited, you can get enough dragons to play this. Just hardcast it. Easy. Easy. Let's go. Also, a great card to hit with anything that, like, punishes a mana value some way. Emerald Dragon is 4 green for a 4/4 creature dragon. It has flying and trample. But wait, there's an adventure, Dissonant Wave. This is an instant for 2 and a green. Counter target activated or triggered ability from a non-creature source. All right. Avernus Gloomstalker, 2 and a green, 3/3 Death Touch, Halfling Ranger. This one has the background. And whenever the Gloomstalker attacks, return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield. People love that effect. They love Crucible Worlds in Commander. So people are going to enjoy that probably in the limited format, but it seems to be a lot of like self-mill in green. At our cap, this is 4 and a green for a 2/5 reach, but there's an adventure, web shoot, 2 and a green, destroy target creature with flying, because there has to be a plummet. Explore the Underdark. 4 and a green sorcery, uncommon. Search your library for up to 2 basic lands or gates. Put them onto the battlefield tapped and shuffle. You take the initiative. Kind of hard to do, though, with initiative. You need to have some creatures on the board to keep it moving or to defend the initiative, right? Because they'll just take it from you. I don't really like having the initiative on a ramp card, but we'll see. It's also just really expensive for a ramp card. Giant Ankheg is 8 mana for an 8/8 Trample Ward 2. 8 mana and you get Ward 2. Other creatures you control have Trample and Ward 2. I mean, I hope if you have 8 mana, somebody can pay the ward cost. You know what I'm saying? Halcyon, the Emerald Archdruid, is 4 total mana for a 2/4 Elf Druid. 1 colorless until end of turn. Target token you control becomes a green bear creature with base power and toughness 4/4, addition to his other colors and types, and you get a background. Dude is like down with the bears, I guess. Hardy Outlander is 1 and a green, and it's a background. Commander creatures you own have whenever this creature attacks a player, if no opponent has more life than that player, target creature you control gets +X/+X, where X is that creature's power. Some people really like to just check the person with the most life. Guys, if you play Commander, which, you know, you're watching Commander set review, you probably do. Do you, like, how often at the table, like with your group, are people just like, well, you have the most life, so I'll attack you? That's really common, right? For most Commander groups. Very common, like normal experience all the time. Okay. Because the experience in my group is attack CGB. I've heard various reasons for this. Some say it's my cards, my decks, my smug punchable face. people have said literally at the table, well, just always attack the professional Magic player. Always attack the person who plays Magic for a living. Like I don't have I don't have the highest life total ever, and they still attack me. Like in my LGS, you have the highest life total, so I'm attacking you, has been completely replaced by your CGB, so we're attacking you. It's like, okay, cool. They understand. All right, Jade Orb of Dragonkind is 2 and a green for an artifact that taps for green. When you spend this mana to cast a dragon, it enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter, and it gains hexproof until your next turn. Kind of nice. Attack the player with the highest mythic rank. There you go. Jaheira, the Friend of the Forest, is 2 and a green for a rare legendary creature, human elf druid. 2/3. Tokens you control have tap for a green. Choose a background. It doesn't say creature tokens. So Jaheira can combine with treasures and just make them permanent mana rocks. That can be good. But it can work with creature tokens too. Yeah, making treasures into permanent mana rocks is kind of scary. Pretty scary. I'm afraid. Isn't there a background that involves treasure too? Or am I making that up? I might be making that up. Can't remember all the cards I just read. But this is just my first time reading through the whole spoiler, trying to imprint a little bit of the cards into my brain since I'm going to have to play this format a lot at all the conventions I'm going to. I'm going to have fans coming from all over the world trying to destroy the one in Best of One at limited Baldur's Gate Commander. So I have to at least pretend I know what some of the cards do. Can't make it too easy for him. Jaheira's Respite. Oh, I remember. I did read this card before. 4 and a green instant rare. Search your library for up to X basic land cards, where X is the number of creatures attacking you. Put those cards onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. This is the best fog Commander has ever had. Ramp and fog you at the same time. See, this is the card for those, hey, you're CGB, I'm attacking you. This, like if you are good at making yourself a target, this card is for you. And I may not win every game of Commander I play, but I always make myself a target. What is fog? Fog is just preventing all combat damage dealt to you this turn. That is a really good fog, baby. That is a nice one. The Lurking Green Dragon. 3 and a green for a 4/4. Flying Dragon. And Lurking Green Dragon can't attack unless defending player controls a creature with flying. Okay. Sure. Why not? Majestic Genesis is an 8 mana, 6 green sorcery at Mythic. Oh god, what the hell is this? Reveal the top X cards of your library, where X is the greatest mana value of a commander you own on the battlefield or in the command zone. Dragon, I don't know. You may put any number of permanent cards from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Woo! I mean, does it resolve? If it resolves, it's gonna hurt. Yeah, that's a big play. That is a big play card. I mean, 8 mana, it's supposed to be good, right? It's supposed to be busted. I think it's important to note, though, you do not have to have your commander on the field. You can miss very bad. Reveal the top X cards of your library, where X is the greatest mana value. You may put any number of permanent cards from among them. So you're telling me that what your fear is... See, because I'm not putting this in a deck without a commander that costs like 8 mana or more. Like this in Galta, you know? This with Galta is a great idea. But I'm not putting it in any deck other than that. And that deck's going to be loaded with creatures. You're telling me that your fear is I'm going to look at my top 12 cards and not find anything I want to put on the battlefield? So yeah, you gotta, dude. This is for the big game, the big boys and girls. This is for the large commanders, the upper cost. Okay. Dragon for top 9, totally doable, very strong. Master Chef. Really? Master Chef? 2 and a green background. Commander creatures you own have this creature enters the battlefield with an additional counter on it, and other creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on them. Why don't they make food tokens? Literally, their background, they're a chef, and they can't do anything with food? They eat good so they get bigger. I don't know, man. I can't accept it without food tokens. Food not evergreen, maybe. I still can't accept it. The Monster Manual, let's go. This is a 3 and a green artifact. It has an adventure mode, so we'll read that first. The adventure is a sorcery, 2 and a green for zoological study. Mill 5 cards, return a creature milled this way to your hand. And then the artifact is 3 and a green, and as 1 and a green tap, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. I mean, that's fun. That's another way to get your dragons to hit. You give them kind of flash. Like, it's any creature card. You can do it on opponent's end step. You can do it in response to combat. It's a pretty good little book we got there. Pretty good little monster manual. I like it. There's definitely going to be decks that want to play that card. And the fact that there is an adventure mode on it does mean that at least you can have a creature in your hand, or a good chance of having a creature in your hand, and the table knows what it is. Yeah, 2 mana is really cheap. Elvish Piper sees some play, so do cards like it. This is kind of harder to deal with. So yeah. Aether Vial is a strong card. This is almost as good. I mean, you're talking about 1 mana versus 4. And a tap to activate versus nothing. So I wouldn't say almost as good, but it gives you some appreciation for what can happen, I guess. We'll put it that way. It lets you appreciate what the card can do. Myconid Spore Tender is 3 and a green for a 4/1 fungus. When it enters the battlefield, destroy an artifact or enchantment. Let's go. Nature's Lore. Brand new content. Overwhelming Encounter, 3 green. Creatures you control gain vigilance and trample until end of turn. Roll a d20, and then creatures gain +2/+2 for 1 through 9. 10 through 19, 2 +1/+1 counters, and 20, 4 +1/+1 counters. Whatever, somebody's dead. That's how that card reads. Agar, thank you very much for another gifted sub. Very cool. Owlbear Cub is 2 and a green for a rare 3/3 Bird Bear. Bird Bear. Explain that one. Somewhere a bird met a bear, and they liked each other a little too much. Anyway, the ability is Mama's Coming. That means... Can't even. Anyway, that means whenever Owlbear Cub attacks a player who controls 8 or more lands, look at the top 8 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield tapped and attacking that player only if they have 8 or more lands. I wonder what the flavor is meant to be there. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. The flavor is she has huge tracts of land, I guess. I've been reading cards for 3.5 hours, guys. The jokes don't have to be funny to me anymore. All right, Owlbear Shepherd, 2 and a green for a Goblin Druid. So apparently there is a shepherd who takes care of the owl bears. Nice. And is a goblin. So sure, why not? 1/4. At the beginning of your end step, if creatures you control have total power 8 or greater, draw a card. All right, what's the 8 thing? Are owl bears just really into the number 8? Is this a D&D thing? I don't know. Poison the Blade, 1 and a green. Death Touch and draw. Predatory Impetus is 4 and a green for an aura, and enchanted creature gets +3/+3 and must be blocked if able and is goaded. Raised by Giants is the background that's 5 and a green. It's a rare, and commander creatures you own have base power and toughness 10/10 and are giants in addition to their other types. Saddle of the Cavalier is 2 and a green for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+3. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or less. Equipped for 3. Scaled Nurturer is 1 and a green for an 0/2. This is a dragon druid, because why wouldn't it be a dragon? Tap it for a green, and you may spend this mana to cast a dragon. Oh, if you spend this mana to cast a dragon creature spell, you gain 2 life. Otherwise, it just taps for a green. Okay, then. Yeah, imagine Saddle not giving horsemanship. Weird. Sharpshooter Elf is 2 and a green for an elf ranger with reach, and it has a *2 stat line. Its power is equal to the number of creatures you control. And when Sharpshooter Elf enters the battlefield, it does damage equal to its power to target creature with flying an opponent controls. That's kind of cool. As long as you're playing like a creature deck, and it's an elf, so it goes in elves, and there are ways to tutor it, right? As long as you're playing a good amount of creatures, it just comes down and kills some dangerous creature with flying. And you have a reach *2 that can block another creature with flying. That's like a solid little critter there. It'll probably slot into a few spots. Sylvanus' Invoker. 2 and a green, 3/2, Dragon Druid. Oh, and it has this open-ended 8 to untap a land, and it becomes an 8/8 elemental creature with trample. Just another infinite mana combo, I win the game thing. Skanos Dragon Heart, 4 and a green, 4/4, Dragon Ranger. You get a background. Whenever it attacks, you get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power among other dragons you control, and dragon cards in your graveyard. Ooh, so you can discard a giant dragon, and when this thing attacks, it's just ripped. I guess that can be cool. Commander damage is a thing. Skullwinder is 2 and a green for a 1/3 Death Touch Snake. Whenever Skullwinder enters the battlefield, return target card from your graveyard to your hand, then choose an opponent. That player returns a card from their graveyard to their hand. It's kind of an Eternal Witness, but somebody else gets to go for the ride too. It's a snake that lives in a skull. That's already like, whoa. Yeah. Is this real? Does this really say I still have like 100 cards to go? Over 100 cards to go? All right, easy. Let's do it. Split the Spoils, 2 and a green sorcery. Exile up to 5 permanent cards from your graveyard and separate them into 2 piles. Opponent chooses one. Put that pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. Fact or fiction from the graveyard. Fun. Traverse the Outlands for a green sorcery. Search your library for X basic land, where X is greatest power among creatures you control. Put them on the battlefield tapped. Need something huge already. Win more. Under cellar Myconid? 2 and a green for a 1/2 fungus. Whenever it enters the battlefield or dies, you make a 1/1 green sapperling creature, and you tap this for a mana of any color. It's kind of a cool little value play. You get a 1/1, you get mana, you get another 1/1. It's very limited, but it's not bad. Under Mountain Adventurer is 3 and a green, 3/4 Vigilant Giant Warrior. And when Under Mountain Adventurer enters the battlefield, you take the initiative. You tap this for 2 green mana. If you complete a dungeon, add 6 green instead. Venturing payoffs. I don't get excited about it, even with initiative going on, I gotta be honest. Just venture, like, bounces right off me, man. Of course people will try to make it work. Some people love venture. I finally played my first paper Magic game with somebody who loved, like, had a venture deck and legitimately liked it. I was like, what are you? Like, you enjoy this? And of course it was somebody who usually plays D&D and was just getting into Magic, so thought the crossover was cool, but they're way more into D&D than Magic, so it has an audience. Wilson, the Refined Grizzly, is a legendary bear warrior. Of course, it's 1 and a green for a 2/2. You do get a background, and it says this spell can't be countered. This is a 2/2 for 2 bear warrior, and it has vigilance and reach and trample and ward 2. I mean, they're trying, man. They're trying to make the greatest grizzly bear you've ever seen, and they named it Wilson. Okay. Sure. You look upon the Tarrasque. 4 and a green, instant. Choose one. You run and hide. Coward. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to you and creatures you control this turn. Should just be called Run Away. Run away. Or you gather your courage. Target creature gets +5/+5 and gains indestructible until end of turn. All creatures your opponents control able to block that creature this turn, do so. You Meet in a Tavern is a reprint. And we're into multicolored. So I'm guessing there's a ton of multicolored cards. There needs to be. There have been some hits along the way, but I've found the monocolored cards pretty generic by now. I haven't been like... There need to be a lot of commanders, for sure. Multicolored commanders, because it is a commander set meant to be like somewhat limited. So these multicolored commanders need to be some hits. We need some bangers. Alondo the Seer. 2 and a Simic for a 3/5 legendary creature human shaman rare. Tap, draw a card, then exile a card from your hand, and put a number of time counters on it equal to its mana value. It gains when the last time counter is removed from this card. If it's exiled, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste until end of turn. Then remove a time counter from each other card you own in exile. Draw a card, then exile a card with a number of time counters on it equal to its mana value. When the last time counter is removed. So how do you get the time counters removing at first? If you cast a creature spell, it gains haste. Okay, so you do the whole draw a card and exile it. It gains all those abilities. Then you immediately remove a time counter from each other card. So basically, every turn you have this, you have to keep doing it. You just need to be doing this constantly, because every time you use the ability, it removes some time counters. But the time counters don't... Do I misunderstand? It looks like the time counters don't remove themselves. Is that correct? Like, it's not like Suspend where they tick down every upkeep, right? unless the card already has suspend. That makes sense. So this seems really... And you don't exile them face down, right? So everybody can see the card, right? Because if people see you have a good card, and this is the thing that ticks it down, they're just gonna kill Alondo, right? Like, this thing has to tap, so it has to be off Summoning Sickness, and it has to be on the battlefield. It feels like this is one of those commanders where if it dies, you do not achieve much. Your stuff just sits there in exile. You know what I mean? Am I wrong to think that they remove themselves at a 1-turn timing at the upkeep step? See, Agar, I would think so. I think that's the problem here. This card doesn't give the card suspend. So if they don't have suspend, the counters don't tick down just because they are time counters. So I'm pretty sure they just sit in exile not ticking, unless you're tapping this card every turn. You could use it with suspend cards, but I think it's kind of crazy to think you can have a deck with enough suspend cards that you hit every time. I mean, yeah, it seems pretty bad to me. It seems like really bad to me. That's too bad. Astarion the Decadent is 4 and a white black for a 4/4 vampire elf rogue with death touch and lifelink. It's a legendary creature. It's a rare. At the beginning of your end step, choose one. Either target opponent loses life equal to the amount of life they lost this turn, or you gain life equal to the amount of life you gained this turn. All right. I mean, people love this effect, the revenge effect, right? So this card is definitely going to get some play. Also, anything that says lose half their life, this card plus that card is just, they're dead. So it's a combo piece too that can be in your command zone. It is super expensive. So this is going to be one of those commanders that I think you're going to see a lot in casual, because it's not going to cut it at a table where people are kind of trying to kill each other. Baba Lysaga, the Night Witch, is 1 and a black-green for a 3/3 human warlock at rare. So we have pretty reasonably priced commander here. Tap to sacrifice up to 3 permanents. If there were 3 or more card types sacrificed among the sacrificed permanents, each opponent loses 3 life, you gain 3 life, and you draw 3 cards. Wow. So, treasure, easy. Land, easy. Some little sacrificial, like a goat token or whatever. That seems really doable. I mean, each opponent loses 3 life is meh. You gain 3 life is okay, but the draw 3 cards, man. The draw 3 cards. Let's go. What's the card that gets you a food treasure? Yeah, that you're talking about Academy Manufactor. Not great, because if you sacrifice those 3 things, right, you're just sacrificing artifacts, so it won't trigger the stuff. Yeah, enchantment creatures and artifact creatures help. Do you prefer Coke or Pepsi? I'll drink Coke. I will drink Coke if they don't serve Mountain Dew at the restaurant. So I guess the answer is Coke, but it's not because I like it more than Pepsi. It's because it's my fallback, you know? Nobody looks at you weird when you have a Coke. There's like, you're at risk when you order Mellow Yellow, dude. You don't want to get into a conversation about, oh, you like Mellow Yellow? Does it taste like Mountain Dew? It's like, don't get me started. Ordering Mellow Yellow at a restaurant's like a disaster. It's just a red flag. of a bad conversation about to happen. Anyway. Bane, the Lord of Darkness, is 1 in an Esper for a 5/2 legendary creature god at rare. As long as your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, indestructible. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, target opponent may have you draw a card. If they don't, you may put a creature card with equal or lesser toughness from your hand onto the battlefield. Alright, so something dies, I target Blake. Blake either lets me draw a card, which Blake hates doing because Blake is jealous, but then I get to put a creature onto the battlefield. I mean, I've got to play creatures in my Esper deck. Never usually my jam. The indestructible clause only kicks in when we're really low on life, when we're in much more danger than normal. I don't know. I'm not excited about Bane. Is it just me? I feel like this is 4 mana do nothing a good amount of the time. Doesn't seem great. I'm giving it the meh. Ball! Lord of Murder. 2 in Jund for a 4/4 god. As long as your life total is... Okay, god text. Half your starting life total has indestructible. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and goad it. So more gods that trigger on death, huh? Okay. I mean, is that... It's okay, I guess. I'm not... I like goading better, and it's Jund, so you can play like a sacrifice strategy. So I think I like it better, but I still like very kind of... I don't know. It doesn't quite excite me, you know? These aren't the kind of cards that get me. Kadira, Caller of the Small. 1 and a green-white for a 3/3 Orc Ranger legend. Trample. When Caller of the Small deals combat damage to a player, for each token you control, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token. Now we make him bunnies. Alright. Alright, bunnies. Let's go. I guess. Sure. Oh, man. Commander Liara Portier. 3 and a Boros for a 5/3 human soldier. Whenever you attack, spells you cast from exile cost X less, where X is the number of players being attacked. Exile top card, X cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among those exiled cards. I mean, even if you're just attacking one person, getting a reduction of 1 and exiling top card and being able to play it is kind of fun. Still seems like as far as like constructing Commander an Eternal format, it's probably a lot easier to build with Prosper though than this. Council of 4. 3 and a white blue for an 0/8 Council of Booty. It's a legendary human noble at rare. Whenever a player draws their second card during their turn, you draw a card. Has to be during their turn though. Whenever a player casts their second spell during their turn, you create a 2/2 white knight creature token. I mean, do I misunderstand? Is this like Mangara the Diplomat at home? I mean, Mangara only has half that booty, but also has lifelink. Triggers, you know, whatever turn it is, right? Because people can play around this just by playing multiple spells on other turns. It triggers when you do it. Whenever a player draws their second card during their turn, you draw a card. I guess so. Your second card becomes your third card. Whenever a player casts their second spell during their turn, create a 2/2. Okay. You can trigger it yourself, I guess. Is that an exciting commander? Not all spells have flash? I don't understand. Why would you play non-instant cards? I mean, I don't know. I can see some value in there. It could be interesting. I'm always down for a blue-white commander. The Council of Booty might get some play. The booty does need some play from time to time. Duke Alder Ravengard is 4 and a red-white for a 5/5 human noble soldier rare. Soldier. Words are starting to run together. Sorry. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gains haste and myriad until end of turn. Ooh. I mean, you kind of see it coming, of course, if this is your commander, but that's a pretty powerful ability to have in the command zone. Because now you can build your deck around just what you're giving myriad to. And there's a lot of interesting choices for that, right? Whenever it attacks for each opponent other than the player, they may create a token that's a copy of the creature that's tapped and attacking a player or planeswalker they control. Exile the tokens at the end of combat. Do you get to keep the tokens if you like end the turn after the damage phase? So you play it with like something that says end the turn on it. Could be funny. Dynahair Invoker Adept is 1 and Jeskai for a 4/4 human wizard rare haste. You may activate abilities of other creatures you control as long as those creatures had haste. As though those creatures had haste. When you activate tap. When you next activate an ability this turn by spending 4 or more mana to activate it, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. Anybody got an endless combo for this? It does let you pull off your activated abilities right away. Like maybe something with Lithoform Engine? It doesn't copy mana abilities? Is that true? Those are activated abilities. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably something crazy to do with that card. There's probably a few combos here and there that you can try to build around. It's an interesting card. Elminster. 3 and a white-blue. Legendary Planeswalker. Mythic. 5 loyalty. Elminster can be your commander. Mangled Sack. What a name. Thank you for the prime. Whenever you scry, the next instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn costs X less to cast, where X is the number of cards looked at while scrying this way. +2, draw a card, scry 2. -3, exile the top card of your library. Create a number of 1/1 blue fairy dragon creature tokens with flying equal to the card's mana value. That can make a lot of 1/1s. That is also cost reduction and card draw on a plus. And the plus is a +2, but there's no ultimate. There's a little bit of Teferi in this. A little bit of the Hero of Dominaria, but there isn't that game over ultimate, which was always the most like... The +1 on Teferi drawing a card and making mana was frustrating, but the fact that the game would eventually just end with all your permanents getting exiled. Whoo! Oof. This is still an exciting commander to play, though. Like, obviously, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, can't be your commander unless you play Brawl. So, yeah. This is probably the commander I most want to try. Just because it's right there in my wheelhouse, you know? This is my kind of card. So what card goes in a Elminster commander deck? You would love more scry effects. I'm thinking like Jace's Sanctum, I think, would be a good one. more cost reduction, and then you want really big and very powerful either X spells or expensive cards, you know? Extra turn tribal. I mean, extra turns. You can do that too. I don't know if that... I'm kind of opposed to taking all the turns in Commander, because... I don't know, man. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just I wouldn't even blame somebody if they straight up bitch slapped me for that. Like, I would understand. So I try not to do that to other people at the local game store, you know? No, it's the kind of thing totally cool online. 1v1, you and I engage in Mortal Kombat to see who can just destroy the other as fast and efficiently as possible for some dailies on MTG Arena. Hell yeah. Take all the turns. But at the local game store where you're probably going to come back next week, I don't want to do it that way. And it's okay, by the way. Like, some people think that Magic should have one rule set, like one social code. And don't say anything online, CGB. Don't say anything to somebody online that you wouldn't say to their face. I'm going to tell you how to be. And you know what? Screw that. Context is everything. On Arena, if you want to get your... also, people have different needs. Like, I kind of need good social activity when I go to my LGS. But when I'm at home playing Arena, it's a competitive outlet. I want to... Let's rumble. Let's see if I'm still good at this game. I want to try. I want to play the nastiest deck I can. So, like, you can use them for different things. There isn't, like, one magic code. Anyway, I like Elminster. Elminster and I are probably going to play some Magic together. Glunch the Bestower is 1 in a green-white for an 0/5 flying jellyfish. We got a Selesnya jellyfish? Okay. At the beginning of your end step, choose a player. They put 2 counters on creature they control. Choose a second player to draw a card. Then choose a third player to create 2 treasure tokens. So you can choose yourself. Like, you can grow... You can draw, or you can make treasures. I am probably going to draw, so at least 2 of my opponents are going to be swole or have a lot of mana. Yorian! Wise Mentor. I'm sure I pronounced that correctly. It's pronounced Yorian! Green, white, and blue, 3/4 Vigilant Human Wizard rare. When you cast an adventure spell, you may copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Adventure Tribal Commander? Ugh. Jean Janssen. Chaos Crafter. Mardu for a 3/3 Gnome Artificer rare haste. Tap it, sacrifice an artifact to make 2 treasures. Alright. Tap it, sacrifice a non-creature artifact like a treasure to create 2 1/1s. There is probably cool stuff you can do with that. It's a little bit of alchemy going on there. I bet there's all kinds of fun you can have. Just off the top of my head, I'm like, here's an experimental synthesizer that I'm going to turn into 2 treasures. It's got to be a lot of fun ways to sacrifice artifacts and make something out of them. I think that's a really cool commander. Really cool. John Irenicus, the Shattered One. 2 Demir, 3/3 Elf Wizard, rare. At the beginning of your end step, target opponent gains control of up to 1 target creature you control. Put 2 counters on it and tap it. It's goaded for the rest of the game, and it gains this creature can't be sacrificed. Oh my lord. Whenever a creature you own but don't control attacks, you draw a card. What a weird card. Oh my gosh. What are some sweet cards that we can give our opponents? Holy crap. What are some sweet cards we can fork over to him? One thing I want to say, like cumulative upkeep, do you sacrifice it if you don't pay? I believe you do, which I need a judge on this one, but can I give my opponent a creature with a cumulative upkeep and they can't get rid of it? So isn't there like a cumulative upkeep of like pay life or discard a card or something like that? They won't have to pay the upkeep. Oh, they can just ignore the cost. Okay, well, I guess that's bizarre. A gilded drake. I don't know, man. That's kind of... I need a judge to talk about this with cumulative upkeep. That's kind of funky. But what is a creature... Like, if I give my opponent a Lord of the Pit, right? They have to keep sacrificing creatures or they take 7 damage. I don't think you want to give them a Titan, right? Oh, it can't sacrifice itself. But it's not required. Oh, it's goaded for the rest of the game? Oh, God, that's mean. Too bad you can't run that in this deck because of the blue-black. But yeah, Lord of the Pit, right? That's the kind of stuff we're looking for. There's a lot of... There's probably a number of demons. There's probably a number of demons this works with. Is there anything that is like mill half your library or like mill X amount of your library every time you attack? Like some like severe drawback? There's got to be so many like really bad drawback cards in the history of Magic that you can pair this with. It sounds so cool. It seems so cool, you guys. Hellcarver Demon. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, sacrifice all other permanents you control and discard your hand. Exile the top 6 of your library. You may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana. Oh my god, Hellcarver Demon. Let's go. Hellcarver Demon, we found it. Watch the price of that card skyrocket now. Maybe there's something that's like whenever this attacks, discard your hand. I swear there's probably a ton of those effects in Magic history. This card is just like when somebody shows up with a deck built around this card, watch out. Something crazy is about to happen. That's really exciting. Kagha Shadow Archdruid, 2 Golgari, 1/4 Legendary Elf Druid. When this attacks, it gains Death Touch until the end of turn. You mill 2 cards. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land or cast a permanent spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from the library this turn. So, kind of like having a Scuffed Crucible, but in the command zone. It's fine. If you're milling yourself a lot, it's okay. Corlessa the Scale Singer is Simic for a 1/4 Dragon Bard legendary creature. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast dragon spells from the top of your library. My god, everything's a dragon. Lozan the Dragon's Legacy is 3 and is it for 4/2 flying legendary. Whenever you cast an adventure or a dragon, this deals damage equal to the spell's mana value to any target that isn't a commander. That isn't a commander line is interesting. They might build out more of that so commanders live more, but that's just kind of meh. Mahadi Emporium Master is 1 Rakdos 3/3 Cat Devil. At the beginning of your end step, create a treasure token for each creature that died this turn. There's a dragon that did that. Grozalek? Might be right. Wasn't very good. But, I mean, we've got a Cat Devil, so interesting. Create a treasure for each creature that died. I mean, they can be tokens, they can be the opponent's creatures. If you sweep the board, you just make a ton of treasures. So, this plus sweepers, and then really expensive cards, it could be a deck. Mazzy, the True Sword Paladin, is 1 in Naya for a 3/4 Halfling Knight rare. Whenever an enchanted creature attacks one of your opponents, it gains +2/+0 and gains trample until end of turn. That includes your enchanted creatures. Whenever an aura you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, exile it until end of your next turn. You may cast that card. Oh man. Just unkillable auras, I guess. Wow. Unkillable auras. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. People are going to find some nasty things to do with that card, I think. Unkillable freaking auras. All right. Miriam, the Sentinel Worm, is 3 and a teamer for a 6/6 legendary dragon spirit, flying ward 2. Whenever another non-token dragon enters the battlefield under your control, create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary if that dragon is legendary. Ooh, multiple legendary dragon maker. Guys, would you like some dragons with your dragons? How about some dragons on top of your dragons? Would you like some dragon plus dragon this evening? Minsk and Boo are timeless heroes, so 2 and a gruel for 3 loyalty legendary planeswalker Minsk. Minsk and Boo can be your commander, by the way. Mythic. And when this enters the battlefield, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you may create Boo, a legendary 1/1 red hamster creature token with trample and haste. The +1 is 3 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature with trample and haste. The -2 is sacrifice a creature. When you do, Minsk and Boo deal X damage to any target, where X is that creature's power. If the sacrificed creature was a hamster, draw X cards. Let's go! Oh my god. Another famous character as a planeswalker that can be a commander. Seems like a really good commander too. Just yeeting that hamster. I mean, yeah, 4 mana. You get a 3 loyalty commander that ticks up to 4. It makes a 4/4 trample haste. Dang, that's a +1 on a commander, huh? +1, make a 4/4 trample haste? You only have 1 at a time because of legendary, but whatever. And then the -2 is like you, if this is all you had, you can probably sacrifice your hamster. Sounds crazy, but you can do it. Draw 4 cards? Dang, and 4 damage to any target? Sounds really good. Absolutely sounds wild. All right. Minthara, the Merciless Soul, is 2 and a white-black 2/2 elf cleric, ward X. Whenever X... Oh, where X is the number of experience counters you have. Oh god. Please, no, not experience in Magic, no. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, you gain experience counter. Yay! The ultimate consolation prize. Creatures you control get +1/+0 for each experience counter you have. Okay, so if you get this down and then sacrifice multiple permanents, like, I don't know, treasures, this really quickly has a very obnoxious ward, and your creatures start getting really strong. It is really nice to see that Soren and Nahiri finally, you know, got over their whole rage against each other thing and just had a kid. Had a baby together. Yeah, this card's a little terrifying, I think. Once per turn, true, and it has to be your end step, so you can't do it as you go around the table. It still seems it still seems like it can cause a lot of trouble. I don't know. Maybe the once per turn kills it. Maybe. Markle. How'd I do? Have I learned nothing? Lord of Bones, 4 and Abzan, 7 mana for a 7/5 god with the god text about half your life total. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may exile it. If you do, create a token that's a copy, except it's an enchantment, loses all other card types. I did see this one before. This one is really cool because enchantments are usually much harder to remove than creatures. So, like, if you have a Woe Strider or a Viscera Seer, right, and you sacrifice it and then you exile it and you get an enchantment that does the same thing, and then you just have a sack outlet as an enchantment, and then as you just keep playing stuff and this card, like, you can just turn everything into enchantments. Oh, it's so mean. Like, it's a really cool card, I think. This is one of the more like aristocratic, your head starts spinning things, right? Yeah, also, if you are a piece of trash, and some of you are, it's fine. If you are an absolute piece of trash and you want to play this with stacks and just stack up the enchantment versions of, like, taxing everyone, you can do that. All ETB creatures are pretty great with this. Yeah, I mean, it's super expensive, right? It's 7 mana. It's supposed to wreck you. But it's definitely the kind of thing I can go for. It looks like the new Stranger Things villain. Speaking of which, don't remind me of that, because it will make me want to end this stream and go watch Stranger Things. So be careful. Don't remind me about Stranger Things, or this stream is going to be abruptly ended. Nero the Wild Mage is 4 and is it for 2/7 human elf shaman rare. Whenever you cast a spell, you may put it on the bottom of its owner's library. If you do, reveal cards from the top until you hit a non-land. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a rando order. Triggers once a turn. If you cast the spell and then put it on the bottom of the library, it doesn't resolve, does it? So you're basically transmuting a spell, like you play a cheap spell like an opt, and then you're turning it into some other non-land spell that's a bit of a mystery. It's interesting. See what the problem is. If you have a bunch of 1 mana spells in your deck, you're probably just going to hit another 1 mana spell. The good news is that, I mean, it only triggers once a turn, but you can do it on the opponent's turns too, right? Yeah, you can. 9 Fingers Keeny, 1 and a Sultai for a 4/4 menace. The ward is to pay 9 life. Holy crap. Pay 9 life? Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 9 of your library. I guess there's something to do with 9 because you got 9 figures. Frodo of the 9 fingers and the ring of doom. Anybody know that one? Anyway, you may put a gate card from among them onto the battlefield. Ooh. Gate gamer. Then if you control 9 or more gates, put the rest into your hand. Otherwise, you put the rest on the bottom in a rando. Oh my god. Okay. A lot of 9 theme here. Didn't they just miss, though, at not having it be like a 4/5, so it added up to 9? I don't know, man. I mean, if you like gates, we got a card for you, I guess. I prefer the, like, enlightened woke gamers gate. Does anybody know, according to CGB, what the best gate is? That's right. That's right. It's negate. Oji, the Exquisite Blade, is 2 Azorius, 2/3 human monk. When it enters the battlefield, gain 2 scry 2 hype. Whenever you cast your second spell, exile up to 1 target creature you control and return to the battlefield. Blink, 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 blink. Blinky, blinky value. Oh boy. Ragadraga. Gorgut's Boss is 2 in Gruul for a 4/4 human boar rare. Each creature you control with mana ability gets +2/+2. Oh yay, Llanowar Elves buffer. Should give vigilance too. Whenever a creature you control with a mana ability attacks, untap it. Okay, kinda did. Nice, I like it. Whenever you cast a spell, if at least 7 mana was spent to cast it, untap target creature. It gets +7/+7 and gets trample until end of turn. Dude, let's go. Mana Dork Tribal. Let's go, baby. Alright, Raphael, the Fiendish Savior, is 3 in Arachnos for 4/4 flying devil noble. Other demons, devils, imps, and tieflings you control get +1/+1 and have lifelink. Really cool with devils. Also, demons often ask you to pay life for a lot of their abilities, so those with lifelink is pretty hype. At the beginning of each end step, if a creature card was put into the graveyard from anywhere, create a 1/1 red devil creature token with when this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. Sure. Cool devil commander. Rilsa Rael Kingpin is 3 Dimir for a 2/5 death touch. When it enters the battlefield, you take initiative. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gains death touch until end of turn. If you've completed a dungeon, that creature gets +5/+0 and first strike and menace until end of turn. Woo! Let's go. More dungeon payoffs. All right. Tasha of the Hideous Laughter. You know, that one. The Witch Queen. 3 in Dimir for a 4 loyalty legendary planeswalker that can be your commander. Mythic. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, create a 3/3 black demon creature token. Okay. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own. How many, like, if there were red involved in this, or, how do you, what are we doing? We're pairing this with Xanathar, I guess? I'm trying to think of Dimir casting spells you don't own. I'm good at stealing stuff, but casting spells I don't own? Siphon Insight? Sure. Okay, good one. Thief of Sanity. Let's go. Right? Okay. The +1. Draw Gonti. Nice. All right. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it now. We're vibing. All right. +1. Draw a card. For each opponent, exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from that player's graveyard with a page counter on it. I think I know where this is going. -3. You may cast a spell from among cards in exile with page counters on them without paying its mana cost. Ooh, okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Okay. We're doing it. We're casting spells from their graveyard for free and making demons. Let's go. Let's go. You need to plus, right? Because you need to hit the spells in the graveyard, and then you minus to cast them. The cool thing about the card, though, is at least in Commander, see, here's the thing. I would say this card absolutely sucks, except that she can be your commander. So the first time you play her, you're going to plus. And then hopefully some spells got cast and you exile them from the graveyard, right? Then the opponents are like, we hate that. We're going to attack her. We're going to kill her. They kill her, right? But then you cast her later in the game. And then you minus. And then you're not only casting something, maybe multiple things for free, you're also making demons. So the second time out, she has a much bigger impact than the first time. The first time is like 5 mana, kind of waste my turn because the opponent's going to attack it. But we set up for the future. We knock some spells out of the graveyard, we draw a card, right? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Also, you can put this card like in the 99 of Evelyn. Evelyn's pretty good at casting cards you don't own. So with Evelyn, you're probably like you're gonna put this out and cast a couple cards and make those demons really fast. The bad part with Evelyn is you have to track collection counters and page counters, but this card has a place, and I think it's going to be a very popular commander. I love how it does not work with her laughter. I mean, you ever met one of those folks who just, their laugh doesn't go with their personality at all? And you're just like, oh my God. Okay then. Tasha just has a weird laugh. It happens. Happens to everybody. Agar, thank you for gifting a sub to Cyberklinos. Welcome. That's your 60 gifted sub. I appreciate that. All right. Thrakus the Butcher is 3 and a gruel for a 3/4 dragon peasant with trample, and when it attacks, double the power of each dragon you control. All right, we got a dragon power doubler that can be in the command zone. Zevlor, Elturil Exile, 1 in a Grixis for a 4/2 Tiefling Warrior, rare haste 2 tap. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a single opponent or a single permanent an opponent controls this turn, for each other opponent, choose that player or a permanent they control, copy that spell, and the copy targets the chosen player or permanent. Pretty self-explanatory, really. I think we can move on. Faceless One. 5 generic. Okay, for real, if you actually want to understand this card, there's a whole command zone episode on it, and I will shout out their YouTube channel and podcast as a thing that you can watch. But I believe they spend like 40 some minutes minus ads breaking down what this actually does. So have fun with that. Faceless One. This is the 5 generic for a 3/3 legendary enchantment creature background. If Faceless One is your commander, choose a color before the game begins. Faceless One is chosen color, choose a background. It's a background that lets you choose a background, but can also be your commander that can have a background. Just, I feel like trying to understand this card is pointless, and it's just there because of draft. Artifacts. We got some reprints. Arcane Encyclopedia. Arcane Signet, Bag of Holding. Oh, I like this. Are they all reprints? We can fly right through this. Basilisk Collar, let's go. Blade of Selves. This is 2 colorless, equipped for enchant creature as Myriad. Well, they've got a few ways to hand that out. Bronze Walrus, 3 generic for a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2, tap for a mana of any color. Pog, what a walrus. You'd love to see it. Burnished Hearts, a reprint. Campfire, 1 colorless. 1 tap, you gain 2 life. 2 tap, exile it. Put all commanders you own from the command zone and from graveyard into hand. Then shuffle your graveyard into your library. Yeah. Diamond, nice. Shardolin Dragon is 6 for a 4/4 flyer. Yay. Gotta have more dragons, I guess. Cloak of the Bat is 2 colorless for an equipment, and creature has flying and haste, equipped for 2. Clockwork Fox is 3 for a 3/2 fox. When it leaves the battlefield, you draw 2 cards and each opponent draws a card. Oh, nice. It's a cute little lightning rod. Decanter of Endless Water is 3 for an artifact that says the most beautiful words in Magic. You have no maximum hand size. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. That's fun. You guys are going, it's Batman? I mean, yeah, I guess it's Batman. Sure. Dire Mimic is 2 colorless for an artifact treasure with flash. Interesting. Sack it for a mana of any color because it's a treasure. 3 colorless, it becomes a shapeshifter that's a 5/5. Oh, so like, if you have 5 mana, you can flash this in, ambush something, and make it a 5/5? Kind of whack. Drillworks Mole is 1 colorless for a 1/1. 2 and a tap, put a counter on Drillworks Mole, and a counter on up to 1 target commander you control. It's cheap. Might have a roll somewhere. Dungeoneer's Pack is 3, enters the battlefield tapped. You can sacrifice it for 2 and a tap. You gain the initiative. You gain 3 life. You draw a card. You create a treasure token. Activate only as a sorcery. It will also do your taxes. It'll give you a ride to the airport. It's fine. Fire Diamond, sure. Fraying Line is 4 colorless mana for a rare artifact. When Fraying Line enters the battlefield, put a rope counter on target creature you control. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player may pay 2. If they do, they put a rope counter on a creature they control. Otherwise, exile Fraying Line and each creature without a rope counter on it. Then remove all rope counters from all creatures. What? If they do, they put a rope counter on a creature they control. Otherwise, exile it and each creature without a rope counter on it. Oh. It's a board wipe, but people can pay to try to keep their creatures. What if the person next to you has no creatures? They may pay 2. If they do, put a rope counter on a creature they control. Otherwise, not may or up to. If the person to your left just has no creatures, you get a I keep my best thing and exile every other creature. They can still pay if they want? Are you sure? It says they put a rope counter on a creature they control. If they don't have any, then they don't do that. And then it says otherwise. I mean, but here's the thing. The person with no creatures next to you, don't they want to exile all creatures? Why would they still pay? Seems like they would be so into it. This card is weird and silly, and I kind of love it. Anyway. Gate Colossus is 8 mana for, well, actually, that's a reprint. Nice. GOP Golem is 5 for a 5/3 trample. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast your commander from the command zone without paying its mana cost. Hype. Iron Mastiff is 4 for a 4/4. When it attacks, roll a d20 for each player being attacked. Ignore all but the highest 1 through 9. It deals damage equal to its power to you. 10 through 19. It deals damage equal to its power to defending player. Ouch. 20. It deals damage equal to its power to each opponent, I guess. Good boy. Lantern of Revealing, 3 mana. Tap it for a mana of any color. My god, there's a billion of these now. 4 and a tap. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, you may put on the battlefield tapped. If you don't put the card onto the battlefield, you may put it on the bottom. Okay. Manifold Key is 1 colorless. That's a reprint. Marble Diamond's a reprint. Marching Duo Drone is 2 mana for a 2/2. When it attacks, each player creates a treasure token. You get a treasure, and you get a treasure. Marut is 8 for a 7/7 trample. When it enters the battlefield, if mana from a treasure was spent to cast it, create a treasure token for each mana from a treasure spent to cast it. You still need like 8 treasures to get it started. I can't imagine that's great. Meteor Golem, fresh new art. I hope there's like a full art version I can get. Because, I mean, sometimes, man, I just got to run a Meteor Golem in my deck, and I always feel like it's a really ugly card. Mighty Servant of Liuko, 3 for a 6/6 rare trample ward discard a card vehicle with crew 4. And whenever it becomes crewed for the first time each turn, if it was crewed by exactly 2 creatures, this is some kind of like a Gundam or something, or a mech, this is like Pacific Rim. It gains, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw 2 cards. That's pretty wild. That's a fun little puzzle. Mind Stone is Mind Stone. Mirror of Life Trapping is a rare 4 mana artifact. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, if it was cast, exile it, then return all other permanent cards exiled with Mirror of Life trapping to the battlefield from their... What? To the battlefield under their owner's control. Why would you do this? Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, if it was cast, so it affects all players, return all other permanents exiled to the battlefield under their owner's control. So it's just like I'm playing a thing, and now the last person who played a thing gets a thing? What? It does double ETBs. It does double ETBs. They actually do arrive on the battlefield. So it does trigger an ETB, then exile, and then the next time something's cast, it triggers the ETB again. So it's like the weirdest Panharmonicon ever. It seems really fun with a Yarick. Is so bizarre. I imagine sometimes the opponents are really going to hate this card too, right? Like if they actually need their commander to be on the board to do a combo or to attack, they have to wait. It's pretty weird. It messes with commanders since if you let it get exiled, you might lose the commander permanently if the mirror goes away. So if they choose to put it in exile but not in the command zone and something happens to the mirror, their commander is gone. Oh my gosh. That is so creepy. So if you play this and then you play a Reclamation Sage, then if any of your opponents play their commander, you can just get the Reclamation Sage and blow this up. And their commander is gone. Okay, that interesting weird card. Gonna have to try this. My Yorion deck will try it. Why the heck not? Dude, what if we play Yorion and then we blink the mirror with the Yorion? I don't know what. I don't even know what happens anymore. I'm lost. I guess the mirror comes back later, but it's a new instance of the mirror, which means the Yorion never returns. Smooth. I did it. I did it, you guys. Perfectly played. All right. Moss Diamond. Nautiloid ship is 4 generic for a 5/5 mythic vehicle with flying. When it enters the battlefield, exile target player's graveyard. Whenever, crew 3. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you may put a creature card exiled with the ship onto the battlefield under your control. Ooh. So you nuke some Reanimator Shenanigan player's graveyard, and then you just start casting stuff from that exile? Nasty. Nasty vehicle. Nasty. Does seem really fun for another, like, kind of casting the opponent's stuff deck. Like, you can put this in your Tasha deck, right? It's a Space Kraken. Yeah, it's Space Squid, I was thinking. Yeah, it's very creepy. Navigation Orb is 3 generic for an artifact, 2 in tap and sack. Search your library for up to 2 basic lands or gates. Reveal them onto the battlefield tapped. 1 onto the battlefield tapped, other into hand. Shuffle. Look, it's just like Cultivate for everyone. Just ignore that extra 2 mana and the fact it costs 5 total. No big deal. Nimblewright Schematic, 2 generic for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield or is put into a graveyard, create a 1/1 colorless construct. Noble's Purse is 2 colorless. When it enters the battlefield, tapped with 3 coin counters on it. Tap to remove a coin counter to make a treasure. Okay. Patriarchs. My eyes are going, guys. We're almost we're getting there. We got like 40 cards to go, but we're getting there. Patriarch's Seal is 3, tap for 1 mana of any color. 1 in a tap, untap a legendary creature. Pilgrim's Eye is a reprint. Prize Statue is 2 colorless when it enters the battlefield, or is put into a graveyard from the battlefield to create a treasure. Ooh. I mean, there's probably some great ways to play with that. Interesting little somewhat ramp. Prophetic Prism is a reprint. Rug of Smothering is 3 colorless for a 1/3 flying. Some weird magic carpet here. Whenever a player casts a spell, they lose 1 life for each spell they've cast this turn. Anti-Storm, I guess? Sky Diamond's a reprint. Stone Speaker Crystal is 4 generic for a tap for 2 mana. If that goes into Alchemy, it's going to go into Historic Brawl decks. Paradox Engine is still here. 2 and a tap, sacrifice the crystal, exile any number of target players' graveyards, and draw a card. Why the heck not? Swiftfoot Boots, let's go. Trailblazer's Torch. 4 generic. When it enters the battlefield, you take initiatives. Whenever equipped creature becomes blocked, it deals 2 damage to each creature blocking it. Equip 1. Nah. Treasure Keeper is a sick reprint. That's a fun one. Universal Solvent's a reprint. Vexing Puzzle Box. Sounds like a reprint, but I don't think it is, and it's a mythic. 3 generic. Whenever you roll 1 or more dice, put a number of charge counters on Vexing Puzzle Box equal to the result. Tap. Add 1 mana of any color to roll a d20. Okay. Whenever you roll 1 or more dice, put a number of charge counters on the puzzle box equal to the result. Tap it. Remove 100 charge counters from the puzzle box. Search your library for an artifact card. Put that card onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Let's go. Card goes directly into every single Paradox Engine deck I build. And you guys know, on Arena, I build a lot of Paradox Engine decks. Every Historic Brawl deck can be a Paradox Engine deck. It just needs like about 5 or 6 of the right cards in there. 100 charge counters. Why not? All we have to do is tap it for mana and roll really well about 5 or 6 times. Easy. Here's the thing though. It's also good as part of the Paradox Engine combo, because part of the problem with the Paradox Engine combo is sometimes you can get a spot where you can tap and untap a bunch of things, but you're not winning the game. This lets you tutor up an artifact that lets you win the game. So like a Bantu's Monument in the Sararak deck, for example. You know? Can Prismatic Bridge and Jenga Taxes fit into a Paradox Engine deck? It's doable. I haven't gone that far yet. My Jenga Taxis Brawl deck is a Paradox Engine deck. So, all right, Bauble. Anyway, reprint. Here we go. We're in the lands, guys. We made it to the lands. We're so close. All right, Baldur's Gate. Legendary land gate. That makes sense. There better be gates in this. Tap for a colorless. 2 and a tap, add X mana of any one color where X is the number of other gates you control. It's a Nykthos. It's like a devotion card, like a Nykthos, but for gates. Well, that's going to encourage people to play gates. Now I have to read all these gates and see if any of these gates are actually playable. Oh, it's like a Cabal Coffers for gates, too. Yeah. Nykthos Cabal Coffers, but for gates. Basilisk Gate. Tap it for a colorless or 2 and a tap. Target creature gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of gates you control. Activate as a sorcery. I smell a cycle. Black Dragon Gate. Land gate. Enters a battlefield tapped. When it enters a battlefield, choose a color other than black. Tap it for black and a mana of the chosen color. I smell a cycle. It's like the thriving... It's the bluffs, right? Is that what they called? The bluff lands or something? They're the thriving lands. That's the cycle. But they're gates. So they're strictly better thriving lands, basically. All right. Bountiful Promenade. These are reprints. These are really sweet reprints, and they definitely are going to help sell the set, because I would love to get more of these, especially in foils. Citadel Gate. There's a battlefield tapped, other than white. So this is the white version of the cycle. Cliff Gate, red version of the cycle. Command Tower, maybe you've heard of it. Evolving Wilds, maybe you heard of that one. Gond Gate. Gates you control, enter the battlefield, untapped, tap for a colorless, add 1 mana of any color that a gate you control could produce. Ooh. Ooh, gates enter the battlefield untapped. That's just breaking the law. I guess gates are broken now, guys. Heap Gate has the ability of 1 and a tap for a mana of any color, taps for a colorless, or 1 and a tap. Tap an untapped gate you control to make a treasure. Luxury Suite. This is one of the multiplayer dual lands I still need to get. I actually don't own one of these. Manor Gate is a green version of the cycle. Reflecting Pool is a reprint, but a very needed one, and a very sweet card for a number of multicolor decks. Seagate. Like Seagate Restoration? Big fan. Anyway, it's the blue version of the cycle. Sea of Clouds, reprint. Spire Garden, reprint. Plains. Island. Oh god, are we there? Swamp. Mountain. Forest. We did it. We actually did it. We read all of the non-reprint cards and a few of the reprint cards. 4 hours and 48 minutes. Easy. 0 deaths. All right, guys. Thank you. Like, you know, we're going to export probably some of this to YouTube. So thanks for the YouTube watchers. Now I'm going to go do my streaming outro. But hey, hope you enjoyed CGB Reads Baldur's Gate cards. I'm looking forward to Commander's Legends Baldur's Gate. I'm going to have to play the limited format and add a number of fun in-person events I'm doing, including Command Fest Orlando, including DreamHack Dallas, including Too Many Games Festival in Philadelphia. I don't know what all's going on at it, but possibly including Command Fest Indy. Should be at a bunch of them. Looking forward to playing in pods with each and every one of you. And now you've heard me read the cards. Some of them I don't even have opinions on, but you got to start somewhere. You always got to read the card for the first time somewhere. We're trying to get familiar. So hopefully you enjoyed it, and I kept you some company on this lovely Saturday afternoon. Thank you for watching this stream. And as always, I'll see you in the next one. You're cool.